Boom, 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 boom. Oh, come on. This freaking day. Jeez. Auto find and activate. That doesn't seem to want to work well. Enable beta mode. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Oops. Oh, I got a bunch of things going on here. Switch device. Interesting. Oh, do I got it? WebSocket. Right, already done. I don't even know what this means. What's up, Loretta? I'm trying to get my internet working. That's crazy. I don't know what's going on here. How are you? Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to do this, and then this, and then this. Boom, 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 and that. You figure I would do this stuff before I go live, like a professional. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. If it works. Okay, there we go. Now I can do this, and I can go. Oh, look at that! I just got a couple subscribers. Boom, Chicken Nug ET. Oh, that must have been from last stream. Okay, let's see. Oh, I gotta do this too. Sorry. Boom, boom. Copy. Boom, boom, boom. Can I do that here? Do I not have that option? Make unclickable. How are you? Oh, I can do it here, right? I can do this. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, there we go. We're up and running. You always keep a hammer in the drawer for the internet. Bad internet. Yeah, it's this. I have this web-socketed freaking wackadoo API, so I can talk to the software that I use can talk to YouTube to get the data. What up, Mammoth Edits? And so yeah, and sometimes I don't know if there's just a delay on it, but it used to be. Once I started the stream, it would automatically recognize that I started a new stream and auto connect, but now it doesn't do that, and it seems to take like the first 2 minutes or so. Pooping feels good. That's why it feels good. So you do it and you get the bad stuff out. The stinky stuff out. Okay, let's see. There we go. Okay, let's see what's on the internet. Let's see what the internet wants me to see. The internet gods. Okay, the Stonehenge experiment. 60 people move a 3.5 ton standing stone. Well, I mean, maybe Stonehenge. Remember that dude that said, I got you a new Jackson Chameleon, ban me, and you ban me? Yes, I remember that, brother. I don't think I banned you. I think I just timed you out. But I appreciate you apologizing. Somebody might have banned you. Welcome back. Machines. Who knew? What up, Ben? What kind of bench did you build? A workbench? A sitting bench? Okay, do we want to see somebody move a big old rock? 30 coolest machines that makes you fly. That looks like a beef dirt bike there. Oh, thank you, my brother. You finally decided to join the chat back. Sometimes it takes us a little while to mature. I mean, I'm down with some jokes. You know what I mean? Like, you need recess in school. Okay, let's see. Potential poisoning. Grandmother killed 4 grandchildren. Jeez. 2 decor pipe with cherry slab. Jeez, you ain't playing around. Nice. Did you finish the cherry at all? Did you like sand it and seal it, or is it just raw wood? I mean, either way. I'm just trying to imagine it. You should put a picture of it on the Discord. We can pull it up on stream whenever you're finished. It's more than you would learn in high school and college. 110th grade. But the reason I called it 110th is because that's my birthday, January 10th, 110. And my cousin, we were going to do a channel called 13th grade, more than you learn in high school. But somebody had already taken the 13th grade as a trademark. So we were both of our birthdays are January 10th. Mine 77, hers 1990. So we decided to do 110. Yeah, it sounds like a pretty bench to me. I want to see it. I want to see it. Okay, let's see. Being albino in Africa, the girl who lives in a bowl. Gee, yeah. Yeah, not everything has, and the thing is, when you come up with a name for your brand, for your community, it may not sound like Starbucks, but no, Starbucks didn't sound like Starbucks until a lot of people knew about it. So it's as the name gets seen, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I mean, I probably got over 1 million views on this channel. Let's see. So 1 million people have seen the name. Probably like 800,000, because 200,000 of my views are probably repeat views from the same person. Okay, more. I got 1.14 million. My hobbies are streaming and helping my neighbors. Woodwork, metalwork, growing, farming. I have 8 chickens. I have a cat. I like coding. I like creating games, game development. So I have a lot, but I'm 49. So I've also was a singer. I played guitar. I played drums. I played keyboard/piano. But that was from like 10 years old, building and building and building. Hobbies also, like a lot of my hobbies ended up making me money. One of the best reason to have hobbies is to get skills, life skills. It seems so boring. Yeah, but what can you do with it in 10 years? Because we don't think about that when we're kids. Luckily, I was told to think like that when I was a kid. But most parents these days and most schools these days are like, now, everything is right now. No. Now already happened. Now already happened. And now already happened. So now is not what matters. What's going to happen is what matters. Messages pop up. I use a piece of software called Social Stream Ninja. And I use OBS and Social Stream Ninja. Social Stream Ninja has an API pathway, WebSocket API pathway into YouTube. So you sign in through YouTube with it. You set up what you want, like you can set up like a web page and whatnot. Whenever you click on the name, it'll grab the profile picture from YouTube, set it up on a web page, and then OBS, the software I'm using, Open Broadcast software, Open Broadcast Studio. Well, this name right there, that's a website right here. I'm just putting on the screen with a clear background. What up, Lamb? When black folks get sunburned, they turn white. Richard is a wild man. I haven't released anything. I'm working on one now called Space Crabs from Outer Space. That's the one I'm currently working on, but we had a lot of strong weather here, so I've got a lot of neighbors that need a lot of assistance. So I've been really busy during the days. I wanted to have it done by the end of the month, but I've only added like probably 5 more hours to it in the past 2 weeks. So hopefully this next month, I'll be able to put more time into it. He's a good man. What up, Dorjean? What up, Richard? I play guitar. I was also in the movie industry for 15 years. I was a prop maker, so my woodworking skills and my metalworking skills help with making props. And my woodworking skills helped before I left Maryland. When I came to Atlanta, I was working for the Maryland Zoo in Baltimore before that, and I was the carpentry foreman. They hired me on as the carpentry aide, and then I got my contractor's license and became the carpentry foreman, and I got to build houses for tortoises and lions and toys for lions and monkeys, chimpanzees to play with. I've done a lot of stuff. Not too much. We're only 11 minutes in, brother. Let me kill Meister has 2 sons who have long hair, and one is tall, one who does even know that his father, who is 5'5" and a corporate nerd. What happened, Space Crabs? What up, little native mama? What do you like more, woodwork or metalwork? I like seeing results faster, so I like woodwork. Like, I can grab a bunch of wood and in a few hours have a structure together. If I have a whole bunch of metal, I need like lots of extra. I mean, if you're using big, heavy stuff, you need either multiple people and braces and bracketing and welders, or they have to. Drilling a hole through a piece of wood takes a few seconds. Drilling a hole through a piece of metal can take a minute, depending on if it's solid metal or sheet or bar stock. The thing about Stonehenge, you want to watch that? I'm a 30-year carpenter. I can relate. 40-year-old carpenter. Yeah, brother. So that's how I started. Like so when I was young, when I was me, my brother, my sister, and my parents, when we all lived, when we were all growing up, we were skateboarders. So me and my brother tried to build ramps. And like I remember, there was this place up the street from our house that there was another house being built, and we went up there and we were like, "Hey, can we get a sheet of plywood? We want to build a skateboard ramp." And the guy was like, "Yeah, have this." So we drug it back to the house, and me and my brother like stacked up a bunch of 2x4s and like bags of mulch and leaned the board against it to make a little skateboard ramp. When my father got home from work, he was like, "Let me show you how this is done." And then we had like the first like professional skateboard ramp in the neighborhood. And then after that, I was like, I need to figure this stuff out. So from that point on, anything that was built, dog houses, rabbit cages, rabbit runs, fencing, anything I wanted to be involved with to learn how wood worked to make kick-ass ramps, because I wanted to build a half pipe. It was like my dream. My game's about, so Space Crabs from Outer Space. It's going to be a rescue drama. So your spaceship crashes on an asteroid. Okay. Now when the asteroid when the spaceship hits the asteroid, the vibrations from the impact wakes up these blind space crabs that just walk towards the vibration, and whatever they walk into, whatever they hit, they'll just explode. Okay, so you have the only thing that works on the spaceship is the generator that runs the rescue radio and the shields. And if you have the shields up as the space crabs home in and hits the shield, they'll blow up and hit the shield. It's no big deal. But if the shield drops, then the ship starts to take damage. If you get hit, if too many space crabs hit your ship, then the radio goes out and you can never be rescued. Game over. So you have to go out from there and mine crystals to bring back that will fuel the generator. And then while you're out there, you doing the mining with your blaster will also cause vibrations. So space crabs will also spawn up and start heading towards you. If they hit you, boom, you blow up, game over. And that's what I got so far. I want to get that part out. And it's going to be a 10-minute timer. So the rescue ship, if you have your radio up for 10 minutes, then the rescue ship can find you. If the shields go down and the radio goes down, the ship can't find you, so the rescue timer stops. So you have to keep enough crystals in there for 10 minutes for the ship to find you to rescue you. That's just going to be stage one. I'm not going to add any more features to that until that gets released, and then anybody from the community that wants to work on it or help add to it will add stuff from there. Which diminutive do I prefer? I'll have to think about that. Axel. I'm a centrist, very hard centrist. My mother was a Democrat growing up. My father was a Republican. So we voted however was doing the best for our family. And so we voted Democrat and Republican growing up, depending on, this was in Baltimore. So it was a different place back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s than it is after like 2008. Now, if you're old enough to remember when the Democratic Party was pro-free speech and pro-borders, that was one of the most important things to the Democratic Party. And now they're not. So something happened where they flipped. Now, was it foreign interference? Whatever. I guess we'll find out in the future. But for the foreseeable future, I will vote for whoever keeps my family safest and whoever has the best outlook for my family and my community. My neighbors are leftists and right wings and centrists, and the way that they treat each other in real life, not on the internet, they'll be like, hey, you idiot, you voted for the orange man, or you voted for that babbling Kamala, but my daughter needs to get picked up from gymnastics practice at 6 o'clock. Can you do that? Sure, no problem. That's real life. That's not the internet, right? People that have things to die for, people that have families to raise want this. And I'll tell you the thing about conservatism versus progressivism is now, today, it's okay to be a progressive until you progress to where you want to be. Then you want to conserve that. The problem is you can only be a progressive till you get what you want. Then they will progress. The party will progress past you if you're not a politician. And then you will be one of the haves, the people that got what they wanted. And they'll say, now it's got to be taken from you because you're now the conservative, even though you're still in the progressive party. But so, yeah, I'm pretty as hardcore centrist as you can get. And nobody's getting my vote for color, red or blue. What's up, Rich? Yeah, Dad had the back, absolutely. Yeah, I can't wait to get some more time to work on it. Can't wait to see how the game works. Yeah, it should be fun. It'll be free. It's going to be free, absolutely free. Your father was born January 9th? That's the day before I was born. Yeah, that's crazy. What up, Sir Jacob? Wait, aren't shortened names called diminutives, like Rich, Richie, Ricky? Yeah, I can consider that diminutives. So my nickname, because I was in a band growing up, was Wretched. And I can tell you the story how I got that name, but Richard was my first name, but I went by Wretched. So my aunts and uncles would call me Rich, Richie, Ricky, really, but Richard is what I was called. Right now, I'm definitely more towards the right because of how far the left went left. And you can't have socialism without capitalism. And they know that. They know they're playing a game. They know how to get rich. Bernie Sanders has been, and I used to be a Bernie bro, Bernie Sanders, but when you hear him repeating the same thing for 35 years, and now that he's a millionaire, he no longer says tax the millionaires. It used to be tax the millionaires and billionaires. And then when he got called out, now he only says tax the billionaires. He owns multiple homes. He's spent over $600,000 earlier this year in the first 6 months of the year flying on private planes, $15,000 a trip. Yeah, so they're just getting wealthy. They're just getting wealthy while telling you that we need to tax the rich. What's up, Cat? Hit the like button. I appreciate it, Cat. It was with an R, Retched. You lean towards right. What are your political opinions on Trump? My opinion on Trump right now, I appreciate what he's doing with the border. I appreciate what he's doing with pharmaceuticals. I appreciate what's going on with the stock market. I do not appreciate what's going on with the movie industry. I do not appreciate what's going on with foreign wars. So two things can be true at the same time. He's not Jesus, and I'm not going to worship the guy. A lot of people have problems understanding that you can win in any environment, and whoever your president is, you can benefit. Your family can benefit from that without hurting other people if you don't. But the problem is most people do not know enough about every single topic. Neither do I, and it often causes friction. I live around a bunch of very diverse people, very, very great people, left, right, and center, and everybody gets along. Everybody cooks out together. Everybody will run to everybody's rescue when a tree falls over in their driveway with chainsaws. It's a different world than the internet. And there's Chad. Save Hillary. Save Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is now changing her tune on Trump. She just said Trump's 20-step plan for peace in Gaza is the only plan that will work. That was yesterday or the day before. So it's like they're not going to put this stuff. I mean, we can pull. If you guys want to talk politics, I was a Bernie bro too. He let Hillary and DNC get away. Well, that's what turned a lot of people in the movie industry away from the Democrat Party. When they realized that when they rallied for Hillary and when they rallied for RFK Jr. or Bernie, and there was no primary, people realized what was going on. We've made political ads. We've worked with the politicians hand in hand for years, and then finally everybody's like, all right, cool. We got no say in any of this, and you're just lying to us. Bye-bye. It's soon going to be Tax the Trillionaire. Free Palestine. Free the people of Palestine. Absolutely. Free the people of America. Free the people of the world. I'm no way a socialist, but I'm trying to find someone who's middle ground. The problem with socialism is it cannot survive without communism. And the way it's sold now is local socialism that uses an outside capitalism. It can't. It's local socialism that is funded and run by an outside of the system capitalist structure. So you have capitalist companies that say, "Can we convince these people to be socialists and then profit the dog crap out of it?" And that's what happens. There cannot be socialism or communism without a Control-Alt-Delete and a complete reset, like worldwide war. And we all have to come up and come together to get through something. There's no way, with the way that the entire world is structured, that without outside. Look at Cuba. We just found out now at the fall of Cuba that it was actually capitalist. The family, the Castro family, was running a company and then just telling everybody that lived under them that it was socialist, and they got all the benefit. Their company got $15 billion from running that island. Trump is better. Do you support Israel or Palestine? Do you believe in peace? Listen, I don't want people dying. I don't want people dying at all. I don't care. I care about America. Israel, Palestine, Gaza, Israel, Iran, whatever. They can freaking shoot it out. I hope the least amount of people die before stuff gets signed. That's what I hope. I do not want children dying because adults cannot be adults and they can't figure it out. When you actually try to look into all this stuff, what it really comes down to is either a government wants to be overthrown by an underlying new faction, a coup, and then they're giving a bunch of propaganda, which ends up being lies. That's what propaganda is, mostly. And then when you look into it, you're being lied to from both sides. Then you see the fundraising. Me being in the movie industry for so long, I've got to work with people that did fundraising for the victims of Gaza. 99% of them were fake. They were going there and filming. They were taking actors. Look how 8K the footage is in. And they have makeup dirt on. And they find the skinniest children. Cut, okay, reset, change. Please, just send for 30 cents. It's all crap. If they've got cell phones and access to the internet, they wouldn't be posting on TikTok. It's crazy. So the governments have to sort it out, and we should not be destroying personal relationships over politics that we do not know what is true. You cannot trust the news after Smith's months back during Obama Biden. They do not have to tell you the truth after that. They do not. They're allowed to tell opinion. An opinion does not have to be factual, and they do not get charged. They do not got fees. They don't get sued. I mean, unless they absolutely do something against someone, then like they lie against someone, then they can get sued for violation of the law for defamation. But they don't. They can say their opinions. I think Trump's a Nazi. I think Kamala's a drunk, and they don't get sued, and they don't have to. Or even if they say it, they don't even have to say allegedly and stuff these days, unless they're talking about someone in particular. It's absolutely crazy. I think the truth has never had a stance. Well, I like to see peace too, brother. Yeah, they pick for us our own good, right? Which is their own good. Socialism eventually, you run out of other people's money, and that's what they know. New York is going to make a lot of people rich. And then it will fail, and the government, and then it'll be like, okay, well that didn't work, but I'm rich as hell, so now the federal government will be forced to come in, reset up the state government, and then it's going to start back over, and it'll be funded. And they know this. Capitalism is the only way. People don't seem to understand. Right. The problem isn't capitalism. The problem is evil. The problem is evil. When people are willing to hurt other people to get rich, that's the problem. Capitalism's not the problem. It's evil. Evil's the problem. What up, Lord Alcatraz? Giving away 6 free chickens, 3 years old, consistent layers of brown eggs. I got 8 already. Yes, we got to keep it together. Right. I agree. Especially when it doesn't matter. When we send billions of dollars in funding and they do with it what they will, and only 7% on average gets to the aid. Like that means 97% is going to weapons or drugs or houses or whatever. You know, it's like, and somebody, I don't care if it's a Democrat or Republican, I'll vote for them if they'll stop this crap. Same thing Sam Kinison said about the AIDS, about world hunger. Right, dude, right. That was a freaking... I'm not American, but I feel the government that isn't alive. The U.S. is an evil government. Because the reason that they need our help is because they're hurting their own people. It's not hard to care for people. It's not hard to keep people fed. If there's not farms, it's the government's fault in those areas that there's not farms. We've been farming for centuries. We know how to do it. They've got this fertile ass land all over, like especially like Africa. Like they're taking all this money, trillions of dollars, and they're broke. How is that? I gotta feed the doggo, make myself dinner. Propaganda stuff is definitely damaging. I was using the stud finder, and then when it stopped beeping, okay, sorry. All right, back to where we were. Anyway, that's me. We need to take care of us. Stop foreign aid. Can't afford it. What we need to do, if I was president today, man, let's go full screen. If I was president today, what I would say, okay, it's 2026, okay? I would say from today from here, June 26th, 2027, you get foreign aid cut off till June 26, 2028. So for this next year, we're going to continue to give you what we've been giving you. But you better figure out how to use that for the next 2 years. Because that whole year from 2027 to 2028, we're auditing America and we're auditing everything we send out to foreign aid. We'll hire a bunch of people and we'll send a bunch of people everywhere and we'll find out where the money is going. And it'll all be live streamed. It'll all be cop cammed, and you'll be able to log in and see what's going on, and everybody will be held to account. If they say, well, hey, we'll just say everybody's healthy and fine here, or X, Y, and Z, so we can get more money, whatever that they do to scam the money. That's what's got to happen. What's got to happen is people have to be adults, not bickering bullcrap on the internet about stuff that doesn't matter because they want these scams to go on the side. There's so many scams going on, a Republican and Democrat, and it's all got to stop. We do not need to live like this. Nobody does. There's more than enough resources for everybody. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we're gonna make it happen. And listen, it's really not that difficult. It's really not that difficult. We could absolutely do it. We give them a year of warning. We give them another year of what we've been giving them for the past 20 years. And then we say, you're not getting it for another year. And then that whole year that they don't have money, we'll have people out there to help them spend that money. We will be monitoring that offload of money to places. During that year, we'll do the complete audit of everything we're giving money to. I guarantee we could save hundreds of billions of dollars not trying to buy votes. Okay, anyway, sorry about that. You got me all in my feelings. Okay, let's go. What are we watching? All right, what are we saying? Okay, we want to see the, where'd it go? Oh. My feed changed. Oh, jeez. I'd be doing better if I was next to you. All right. Okay. Okay, let's see. The smallest planes in the world. All right, where was it? It was Stonehenge experiment. Hold on. 2 days ago. All right, let's see what it's like. Isn't he wonderful?
The day has finally arrived. It's one of, for me, the biggest days on our calendar because we are celebrating our 50th anniversary by moving and erecting a giant monolith. This week is also the Festival of Archaeology, and the theme of this year's festival is journeys. So the moving of this stone really reflects the massive journeys that these stones made thousands of years ago, but also marks the journey that Butzer has made over the last 50 years.
50 years. Look at this camera work. This dronage.
If it comes off the rails, what could potentially happen is that it comes and it just moves the roller rather than getting on the roller.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think we need to get rid of
the bent ones,
the kinks,
fat ones, yeah.
And the two, that looks very fast, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The movement of these stones have fascinated people for hundreds of years. There's really no evidence for how these things were moved. We know that they were moved because geochemistry of the stones shows that they originated in one place. So, for example, the blue stones at Stonehenge originated in Pembrokeshire. And so the question is, how on earth did they arrive in Yorkshire?
Get you some
Now, we've tried it on rollers with 14 people, easy peasy, but we've got a lot more people.
Brown sugar.
Rollers, the worry is that it would just get out of control. You know, a big yank on the road, 40, 50 people on it. It shoots off. It's 3.5 tons. It's not going to stop very quickly.
All right.
Okay,
3.5 tons. All right. Largest stone weight Stonehenge. Okay, let's see. 50 tons. All right, they're talking about 3.5 tons here. So they're still freaking an order of magnitude.
Ropes on the back, but Therese would really like to just take it off the rollers, or pull it off the rollers, and it skids along the ground on the sledge. And I just want to know what.
Maybe it'd be called.
Stuff that I've read on, and you said some stuff as well. I've read some other stuff. Is that it's easier to move it on rollers.
Now they're talking about easier.
That's the overriding message that I got.
How they get it on there already?
I think we've got to go with how
How'd
we
they already get
feel
it to the
safest.
starting point? That's
been
one of the
lots of
big
experiments
things.
in the past, and
How
some
do
of
they
the-
get it out of the ground to put it on the rollers? How do they get it all? I mean, I know you can quarry back then, but square stones, like that's like, how do they get it onto the rollers in the first place? I just read that the left's anti-Zionism has taken conspiratorial total turn, which owes much right-wing anti-Semitism. Brother, this is a big thing too. This is like somebody was mentioning the Jews yesterday, so I just looked into it a little bit, and I got a bunch of propaganda both ways, right? But what I ultimately came down to is if the Jews own everything and the Jews run everything, and then we stop the Jews from owning and running everything, another group will just do what the Jews are doing. Or other groups would just be doing what the Jews are doing now to own everything and run everything. People have money. They could just do this with the same thing that the Jews are doing to do. So it's not like if you stop the Jews, somebody else won't just take the place and do exactly what they're doing because they're like, they own everything. They're super rich. Great. And you don't want to be? Yeah, I want to be. So then they're going to do exactly what the Jews will do. And then there'll just be another enemy, another boogeyman. So, I mean, people can't give me a good reason to tell me why they own everything and they own the banks. Why do they own the banks? Hey, well, why is it working? Why do they own it? Why don't other groups start banks? Why don't other groups start record labels and whatnot? And nobody's got a reason. So it just seems like a boogeyman. It seems like a bunch of people are just getting rich and then just so like, don't look into my federal scams. It's the Jews. It just seems like a boogeyman. And if somebody has got any data showing me other, like just showing me ownership does not show that other people, I mean, because there are definitely people just as capable as Jews. Any other group could be like they could just follow the same game plan. I just don't get it. There's no way they're building to scale. No, this is 3.5 tons, and the largest stone is 50 tons. 45 metric, and I think they're saying 3.5 metric tons. The average blue stones weigh 4 tons each, so maybe the smaller stones is what they're talking about moving. All right, let's see. Speaking of Google, I visited the doctor today, and she literally operated as a human typing things between me and Google. So they're not going to know anything. They're not. That's what they've been taught to do. They've been taught to look at the medical literature. And the problem is that's all industry stuff. They're not looking at health. They're looking at money. They're looking at symptom relief pill, not cures, not what starts anything. And yeah, it's really bad. That's why you've got to take your own health into your own hands. I mean, if there's not blood or bone, I'm not going. I don't go to the doctor if it's not blood or bone. I don't go for. I use a lab for my checkups that I do myself, and I'll go to the doctor for anything else. I'm not crazy. I'm just a little unwell. Not necessarily. Yeah, it is terrible. Some groups really are mentally, genetically different. You get my point though. There will be a group to replace whatever the Jews are doing. Right, I'm just saying if there was a law to say stop the Jews from doing any of this, someone else, some other group, whether or not Jews or not, whatever, a bunch of different whatevers would take the place because the movie industry would still run, the music industry would still run, just with different owners because the people would use the same game plan. Yeah, there's plenty of money around in the world. There's plenty of venture capital. You could go to a lot of venture capital firms and say, "Hey, we're all going to work together and do a parallel society where we're gonna start banks, we're gonna start music record labels, and whatnot." Yeah, to me, it just seems like a boogeyman. I can't see the problem. I mean, people tell me evil this, evil that. Great. There's lots of evil. So stopping them wouldn't stop the evil. It would just replace it. And then what would you do, right? And then what would you do? Who you're going to blame? Yeah, so the problem is it's not the Jews. It's at least I haven't gotten good information on it. What's up, Domination? Back to the beach. A lot of people are very unreasonable with it. Yeah. Alan Freedom introduced the term rock and roll to the mainstream, and the inventor of Barbie was a Jewish lady. Money for people. Ground shakes from the lion's roar. Roar. 99.99% of them, in my opinion, care about saying the things they are saying just enough to keep their jobs rather than actually caring about helping. Yeah. They don't care. Nobody cares. They care about their local communities and their local families. They've got more kids per family. They've got larger, more dense communities. When people work together as a community, things get done. And every other religion, Christianity, Islam, atheism, everybody's fractured over everything. So that could possibly be the reason. Georgie Porgy Pudding and Pie. Kissed the girls and made them cry. If you want to know the name of the organization, they're not in charge. If you know the name, yes, I agree. You think the Ashkenazis have the highest IQs of any ethnic group? It could be a factor at all. I do not know. Listen, possibly, maybe everybody else is too dumb to realize what I just said. You could just copy their playbook. Like it's not. But it seems like that would be a good thing to do, because then if people try to attack your business practices, they say, oh, they're just doing that to me because I'm Jewish. That sounds like because I'm black, because I'm Muslim, because I'm this, because I'm that. It just seems to be a way to say, to get the eyes off them. But I don't know. I don't know enough about it. School system is basically a church with teachers being the priest. Right. So the way we used to get education was from history books. The oldest book that we have with history in it is the Bible. So that used to be what was used as the basis for education. But they didn't want to keep using a book that they couldn't have a patent or a trademark on. So they had to create books outside of that people could then sell to the schools. So when they did that, they took knowledge. That's what science means, knowledge, and they separated it into separate things. So instead of teaching people generalities, they got more. They split it up more topically. Homeschooling is maybe a good thing. It's definitely a good thing, and you can tell it's a good thing because they want women to be single, boss babes, single moms, so that the kids have to go to public school. And they push it real good. I can't do it. Yo, baby pop, yeah, you
in the 1950s by
come
a guy
here
called
and
Richard
give me a
Atkinson.
kiss. Better make it fast, or else I'm gonna get pissed. Hear the music, pump it hard like I wish you would. So push it. I believe I'm very Ashkenazi, and I have a hard time remembering or sustaining knowledge from math and sciences. I mean, that might be. I have a problem with IQ because it should be used as something to adjust. I honestly believe if people, I would really like to be funded to do a study to see if removing parasites and correcting vitamin and mineral deficiencies could change IQ in youth. I honestly think it would. You look at some of the lowest IQ places, and they seem to be the dirtiest, the most, what would be the most parasite ridden. Yeah, homeschooling space. Fascinating now how smooth you change from topic to topic. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I've got a gift to be able to do that and swap back and forth. Yeah, and my grandfather used to say the reason that I have that skill is so I could butt into any conversation and know what I was talking about. So I've been doing this since I was like 10, like this like multitasking. But thank you, I appreciate it. Why do they school kids today? AI will take their jobs in the future. Well, they're not schooling them as well as they should be in high school, knowing that kids will be like, oh my goodness, I don't, like in their own self-talk, they'll be like, I don't know anything, I'm dumb as hell, I've got to go into college to learn because I haven't learned anything in high school. I learned how to be a social justice warrior. And then they'll pay to go to college to fill in the gaps in their knowledge. I'm getting tired of these people trying to cancel women. Yeah. They're trying to destroy women. They're doing whatever they can to stay in power. If women need any group, they want them to need the government. The government should not be in people's personal lives. They should not be in people's personal lives at all. The government should be taking care of the trash, making sure we have clean water, making sure we have a well-equipped army, electricity, powers, infrastructure, foreign affairs. They shouldn't be worried about everything else. I like Ashkenazi in general. I think Einstein was Ashkenazi. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think the people that like beer enjoy it.
And he tried to move a replica blue stone from Stonehenge.
Wait, we don't do it anymore. Do you remember? I mean, if you're old enough to have gone to bars or even like roller rinks and stuff, you'd hang out with or arcades. When humans used to hang out with humans, that's what you did. It wasn't on your phone all the time. If you wanted information, you asked people rather than asking AI or Google or whatnot. And that's how you got information. That's how you got caught up in the news, because you couldn't get the news to you while you're working, while you're doing whatever from your phone. So people would go to the public house. That's what pub stands for. And then they would go find out what's going on in the world. You had a bunch of the experts. Everybody was an expert in their own field. And now it's like everybody tries to be just have a cursory knowledge in each field. And the problem is when you give people degrees, they feel like they have the knowledge, but they only have knowledge in a very slim topic, whatever their curriculum was. And then they feel bad when they don't know something, and they often get mad. YouTube censors a lot. Isn't that anti-First Amendment? So they go to and fro. Right? You would consider this to be a public forum, so there should be. But they're a private company, so they need to protect their advertisers and whatnot. So I mean, I would prefer it to be, because like they said, that was the reason that this kind of censorship needs to happen. But then X doesn't have that, and they've got tons and tons and tons of advertisers. So, but I agree. We scared them. So we must be watched. Yep. Tupac was a very talented actor. Problem with peer pressure, desire for approval. Tupac was a art school kid playing a gangster. And it pisses off a lot of people to hear that. They don't want to believe that that was an act. But you can go find his old videos. And he was a very sensitive guy, upset that women didn't like him. And he went to art school. And then he put on that act. And then all of a sudden, everybody liked him. The girls wanted to kiss him on the lips and whatnot. You know, so he just rolled with it. Yeah. College degree can barely read, write, correct, because they need to make you feel like you've got value. If you pay this money and then fail, then you might want your money back, and they don't want that. They want to be like, oh, you got your degree, it was worth $90,000. Yeah, it's all crap. If you are thinking about going to college, decide what you want to do. Make sure you look into the projections to see what that job will pay in the future when you're expected to get out of college. And then if that ends up being worth the investment, learn it on your own. Learn as much of it on the internet before you go to college. You can test out of classes if you already know everything about those classes, basically what would be on the exams. When I went to college for $300, I only went for one semester, but you could pay $300 to test out of classes. They basically gave you the final exam. And if you passed, you didn't take the class. So you'd have to pay $2,000 or whatever it is, or more, whatever it was. I never say offensive stuff. Did it block you, brother? Brother John, it seems his rise to fame was swift, right? Watching 110th grade with a B12 under my tongue is peak. Dang, 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 dang. Vitamin B12. Vitamin B12. This is vitamin B12. Sublingual vitamin B12. Yeah, ready to go. You live near Stonehenge? Yeah, Great Britain, brother. Daffy Luchador.
Varying success. So people have tried things like rollers, greased slipways, ball bearings, all sorts of contraptions, and still we really have no idea how it was actually done.
This is a bit the unknown, is that we hit the log with the skids.
If the sled stops here,
Yeah.
the stone would really be across the front there.
No. The front. If the sled stop here, the front of the stone will be back here, because you then got to slide the stone off, and the hope is that when it gets to, as you slide it and gets to this point, it tips into the hole. For whatever reason, we have got the calculation. Well, there's no calculations, but we've got it.
There was no calculations.
Around
the one
too
and only
far back
B12.
into
Yes, sir.
air, then it kind of half of it ends up smashing
Brother,
down.
changed my life. It changed my life. Listen, if you don't know whether or not you've got a B12 deficiency and you've got anything wrong with you, like there's a thing called intrinsic factor that a lot of people are missing in their intestines. And even if you were to swallow a B12 pill, it will not absorb. You'll just poop it out if you do not have intrinsic factor in your intestines. If some crazy fast food additive or antibiotic wiped it out of you, then even if you're eating meat and whatnot, you're not getting it. So it took me 35 years of ADHD meds and wackadoodle antidepressants, anti-anxieties before I tried sublingual methyl B12. And within like an hour, I noticed a difference. Like I was so mad that doctors never said, well, maybe you have a vitamin deficiency. You're 6'4", 138 pounds. Maybe you have a vitamin deficiency. Maybe it drives me freaking mad. I myself torture myself sometimes by listening to regular folk, but they can be fun sometimes, but not really. Yeah. But sometimes it's worth it. Like it's worth it to deal with the for like the really good like diamond in the rough. I bet I have started randomly taking 10 years ago and it improved the heck out of my mood. Yeah, well, it's like one of the best things you can use for mood. This is why I'm so glad they're doing research on how much SSRI drugs do not work. Because now they're going to start going to, and I'm going to try to be part of that. I would like there to be a law passed that doctors must check their patients for vitamin and mineral deficiencies and parasites at the first appointment. It should absolutely be done for so all these kids that are being put on ADHD meds, and how many of them are B12 deficient? ADHD and vitamin B12 deficiency mimic each other. They have the same symptoms. The Nephilim, no problem. Just grab it and move it. What up, Raid? Nazi Menuria Kazi. Maraba. What's up, Wiener? Nephilim live inside the Himalayan mountains. Yeah, they're going to try. They would be able to make this move much easier. They're the ones running the world. They're the ones that could pull the gold out of the ground. I'm glad I used to use freeze. Well, brother, I was having a rough life, and I thought doctors equal help. I didn't realize it'd be 35 years of freaking payments and bull crap and nothing. Like I was on like 6 different antidepressants. I'm like, it's not working. And they're like, okay, we'll try to up the dose. A couple months later, it's still not working. Okay, we'll switch over to something else. A couple months later, oh, it's not working. Okay, we'll up the dose on this new one. A couple months later, still not working. Okay, we'll switch it to another one. And I didn't get my money back. For all. And medicine is one of those things that doesn't make any sense. If it does, any other industry, if something doesn't work, if a product doesn't work, you get your money back. But not medicine. They can be wrong as all they want. If it doesn't kill you, then they won't give you your money back. There's high concentration between MTHFR and mutations. Yeah, no, I'm very familiar with it. Yeah, that's for methylfolate. But yeah, I'm very familiar with it. Yeah, I take methylfolate now also. Both. In the morning, I take a B12 and a methylfolate. Methylated B12 and methylfolate, sublingual, under the tongue. As I walk over, it's dissolving while I'm making my coffee. I'm prescribed with paralyzing pills. I have no chance to make out with it. Paralyzing pills? Yeah, it's Wiener and Loretta. Money, time, stress, trust. Yeah.
That stone, I don't know. So.
That's the tricky thing, and I think that's in the other examples that have been tried. They've often these replicas that they make so they can calculate exactly the center of gravity for a rough cut stone. So it's much more difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be fine, guys. It really is.
It's going to be
great.
fine.
Looking forward.
No
to
problem.
It. So,
This time tomorrow, we'll have stone.
I know.
We've come from HMS Queen Elizabeth. We'd like to find opportunities to get engaged with community projects. And it seemed like a good opportunity to come along here, celebrate Butts' 50th anniversary.
Look at this
Some of them
dude.
are a bit apprehensive,
Jeez.
but they'll all lean in and give their best.
Dude, was that dude like 8 feet tall? Or are these guys sitting down? Maybe they're sitting down.
But they'll all
Those
lean
are
in
standing up.
and
Well.
give their best. I have no doubt.
Women are crazy.
Doesn't look like it's 3 tons. Maybe. Like,
We'll take turns with it.
no, not to me, it doesn't.
My question is, are we carrying it with the lady on?
Don't give them ideas.
What if it falls off those rollers? What are you going to do then?
Anyway, 3.5 tons.
Dunch Hill. I recognize people search for cheerleaders on a subconscious
We're
level.
going to get round the corners as well. We're not. We're going straight.
Right. People do not spend enough time with their subconscious. They're always listening to music, television, the radio, live streams. They rarely spend time listening to themselves. They like the reason meditation / prayer, depending on what you're doing, is so good for people is because you get to sit with yourself and you get to think through things. And that's why people end up with better results. People who pray and meditate end up with better results in life. Is that the Beyonce music? Who rules the world? And the guy was Nephilim. I think he's talking about this guy here.
Off those.
Carrying it with the
Examples that have been tried.
Going to be.
Where is he at? Oh, I messed it.
We've come from HMS Queen Elizabeth. We'd like to find opportunities to get engaged with community projects. And it seemed like a good opportunity to come along here, celebrate Butts' 50th anniversary. I think some of them are a bit apprehensive.
Right here, this guy right here. Then you have the power over yourself. Right. Like if you spend at least 15 minutes a day, shut up. Just quiet and listen to your thoughts. It's really, really, really unlocking. It really is. But most people wake up to the sound of an alarm and then they grab their phone and they turn on some music. They get in the shower, water splashing all around you. There's music playing. There's something going on. You're thinking about what you're doing rather than and I know it's difficult to do. It's absolutely difficult, especially when you're working and whatnot, going to school. But if you can find 15 minutes a day to just chill with your own thoughts and do it at least 3 times a week to start.
Closer for our low lines. By giving it another pull, but we're going to go on the ground regardless now. 1, 2, 3, pull!
No problem.
Okay. Okay, let's get some more power on there.
More power. The big ropes.
3, 2, 1, pull! Keep it going, guys. Watch your footing. Okay, let's get some levers on the go, I think.
Levers
Okay.
on the go.
On 3 then. 3, 2, 1, pull!
Yeah, no problem. No problem. What up, Tara? My kids wake me up. My kids wake me up to the screaming of. My kids wake me up screaming to wake me up. Very relaxing. Mom. NPC chess. NPC-ness pretty high. Who's this retard talking to his head? Only says stupid stuff. That's Dr. Wiener. They're trying to build the Stonehenge. They're trying to put a 3.5. The average size of the small stones in Stonehenge are 3.5 tons. So they're seeing if they can move it, and they can obviously move it. We'll see how they plant it and plumb it. Oops. Why?
So anybody with any good?
Why wouldn't they shape them like sleds? Why do they have dumb edges? Blunt edges, not dumb edges. Why do they have blunt? Why wouldn't they have cut a 45 onto that to make it like a ski tip? So that it wouldn't be dug under the dirt and stuff. I don't understand why people don't think like. I mean, they did everything else, but they can't. Anthony Burgess wrote A Clockwork Orange because it was a form of exercise for him to deal with the death of his wife, who was killed by 4 U.S. military members. Jesus.
Idea is to get this shunted over that way a little bit more.
Or just only pull this rope.
Only pull this rope, okay.
Get a few lads at the back.
Do you think, okay, sounds like a good idea. So we can get a dozen people down this side. We're only going to pull the one rope
now it's
to
more
see
like
if we
a
can
slab.
line
I
this
guess
up
he's
a bit
chopping
more.
it out now.
You guys
Or maybe
ready?
that's just the one
we
side.
literally got about 2 foot to pull.
Literally.
How you guys
Work
feeling?
smarter,
Okay,
not harder.
3, 2, 1, let's pull! Let's pull! Let's pull! Come on,
weaklings.
Pull! Up to the log, okay. This
What, they
won't
just
go any further.
jump cut?
The idea now is to get this rock off
I
that
just
sled
want a
and
hinge.
into
It
that
doesn't
hole.
have to be stone. I think straw hinge,
We'll
styrofoam
just wet
hinge,
this wood, christen
water
it.
hinge.
And a 3, 2, 1, and a pull.
Probably would have been better dry.
3, 2, 1, and a pull. 3, 2, 1, keep going. Yeah.
Now what you guys gonna do? I heard a guy telling me the pyramid stones were poured into place, and now they weren't poured into place.
Next stage.
Yeah. Like, dude, listen, this is a big problem. Talking to false know-it-alls. They were poured into place with all the confidence in the world. I'll bet you $10,000. No, they weren't poured into place. You can see the grain of the stone. They're not. It's not a mixture. They're solid rocks. That you can see the age, the build lines and whatnot in the stone. No, they definitely weren't poured into place. They would need grout or mortar, and that's the interesting thing. Is there is no mortar. There's no grout. And they fit so tightly together that they're watertight. That's one of the crazy things about them. Yeah, all my patients work hard. As long as there's no big bad wolf in the hand.
What we've done, where we've overshot a bit, is that needs to be dug out, isn't it? Yeah. Guys, I need a few hands just to bring the A-frame down. We've got the main pulling rope that's going to come over an A-frame, which is just bringing over now, and that kind of brings the lift downwards down to the stone, rather than sort of like doing it that way, which is going to be difficult. It's going to be down.
Difficult.
It's going to then come up.
I swear I bet you $10,000 and $47
So I'm going to need four people to
Right.
help us stand this A-frame up, and then so the rope comes down directly
and
onto
then you
the
have
stone.
people that'll make an AI website to be like, look, see.
So when we pull, it comes up right. That's the plan. Ready? 1, 2,
It'll be
3.
POORED.
Just make sure you give them some slack. Give them some slack. We want to be gentle. If we
they're gonna
overshoot, it's going to come
destroy
flying
that
back
A-frame.
towards you
Yeah,
guys.
definitely need more
And you're
levers.
going to need to take the strain for me.
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't use as many simple machines as possible. They should have dug a ramp going in to the hole, not a square hole with walls at 90 degrees. One of the walls should have been at a slope so that it sloped in and then came to a stop, and then they would have had more. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. What's another really interesting way to do it is they could have dug the hole a lot deeper, and then the stone would have naturally fell straight up and down. Then you remove the earth. You can leave the stone 4 feet in the ground if you're going to remove 4 feet of earth. So there's multiple ways they could do it, but they're not like removing the earth around it, which they absolutely could have done. You know, all these stones could have been dropped into holes, and then then the top stone could have been slid into place, and then they could have dug everything out. I mean, they had time. False know-it-alls be like, it's always seemed to be so irresponsible. Yeah, I wonder how this documentary would hit if all these guys were West Virginia hillbillies. Brother, we're going to look up redneck version of Stonehenges. There is a guy, and he does it himself. One-man army. Do you stop talking to NPCs when the conversation becomes uncomfortable to cut it short? It depends. Not uncomfortable. No, not uncomfortable. If it not, I don't. If it, I mean, depends what you mean by uncomfortable. I mean, if they're like just going off the freaking rails, then yeah, I feel I've got a gift that I could be of service to people. People that just want to abuse it for attention or whatnot. Yeah, I'm gonna cut it off. Arkansas redneck ingenuity. That's right. Flat world, brother. We're gonna watch it after this
to make sure it doesn't go right over. Okay, guys.
Yeah, how about I stop?
On 3, 2,
belligerent.
1.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm single again. My girlfriend microdosing crystal meth from a pookie pipe, yelling at me because I don't do drugs that are happy. Jeez, dude.
You guys
don't date girls like that. She's like, I'm just microdosing out of a pipe. Ah, jeez, dude.
Come over onto this and be putting in the runway here. Guys, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. A big pull. That is.
Yeah, there should have been a socket for that to go into. There should have been a socket for it to go into. It's unbelievable. It could have been a foot deep. They could have dug it in 5 minutes. You see that guy? You see this guy? Look, he's trying to do it with his hands. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this guy. Watch. Hold on. Watch this guy. Right. Where's he at? Right. Look right here. Look right here. He goes. He's like, I'm gonna try it with my. Right here. Look at that. Ah, damn it. Never mind. I couldn't pause it. Never talk serious business with the average Joe. Only around here.
3, 2, 1,
only joke around, have fun. Yeah, you don't want to. How the heck do they get the stones on top? So what I was saying is they could have dug a hole the depth of the vertical stones, pulled them in so they fall into a hole. The top of the stone is now at ground level. Then they could drag the top stone over top of them, then dig the earth out. But yeah, how can an NPC be uncomfortable? I'll have to figure it out. Tracker, bro, what's going on? I don't mean to be smart here, but can they just get a tractor to calculate the people's worth? They want to see how they want to try to replicate how it would have been done, whatever 2,000 years ago. But yeah, they could have done that, but now then they wouldn't get the views. And you know they want to be able to get they're doing a community event. You know they want to get their community together. It could have absolutely been 60 people pull this hard so I get to try. Somebody could have absolutely done that. But this is a community event. Get everybody together. Get the guys all freaking NPCs, possibly cat engineers, sanitation engineers. Yeah, who knows? They didn't say. Let me see if it says to celebrate our 50th anniversary. We move and raise a 3.5-ton piece of Purbeck limestone using a theorized prehistoric design, now standing tall on our Stone Age farm. 35 crew from the Royal Navy flagship HMS Queen Elizabeth joined the Butzer, and volunteers to move this rock 100 feet using wooden sloping limb. That wouldn't make enough sense because the Stonehenge is a huge area. It's like a floodplain. There's no way they could have lowered the thing by multiple feet. Brother, I mean, or they could have raised the dirt up. Like if they would have raised up a bunch of dirt and made a ramp, pulled everything to the top to fall in, then cleared it. Because there is, like, look at Stonehenge. There's a big dip around the outside edge, like where they move dirt. Stonehenge. If you're on the computer, you can hit the period key while pause to go back one frame. You know what? I never knew that. Thank you, brother. It's type of that. Thank you, brother. I never knew that. Thank you. Single frame. So comma and period. Thank you, Sinai. Bam. Bam. Thank you, brother. Okay, sorry. Stonehenge. Cool. West Virginia people, land, there's some herbs and land stuff. Didn't some stones come from hundreds of miles away from Scotland? Yeah. So that's what the story is. Yeah. Hundreds of wells. Supposedly the blue stone and the All right, let me see if I can find a good. So like, I know it's hard to see right here, but this area here is lifted. So if this, see this dip that this is in, the dip that, I know it's hard to see, but this is a big dip. So if this was built up just to the top of the stones, and then they drug the stones up the hill that's this much longer, it would have been a much shallower angle. I'm just saying it's possible. Now you can kind of see the dip right here and the build up, but it's really hard to find like a good thing. Dr. Woody 12. One morning, I woke with a dry erase mark on my girlfriend's refrigerator. I wanted to go for a walk and pick flowers and roses. She woke up and screamed, "Why did you write on my refrigerator?" Jeez, dude. Clean it up. Yeah, it sounds like she's not. Yeah, she didn't want you around. She didn't want you around. She wanted a way to keep micro-mething. Probably use some sort of ramp and timber scaffolding and probably levers, boys. Yeah, they had to do something along those lines, right?
We need to get stanchions in. We need to get uprights to the rock. Those logs behind you, let's get them into the rock.
But it seems like if you wanted to put the rocks on top, that would be the best way to do it, especially like the 50-ton one that's freaking so huge. There was a guy in Florida who built stuff like this using himself. He died. The secrets inside his head. That's probably who I was gonna look at next. The guy that did it himself, like by setting like a pebble on the ground. We'll look at it. We'll look at it. If you haven't heard of it, look up the castle, Crystal Castle in Florida. Is that the one with beer bottles and stuff? Hold on, let me see. Crystal Castle, Florida. Yeah. I'm familiar with this. Yeah. That's really cool stuff. I was thinking of the one with the beer bottles and stuff that they have as the reflecting walls and whatnot. Yeah, it's freaking cool. That's a lot of big ass stone too. Flat world. That the engine is redneck Stonehenge. Watch it next. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's looking pretty. That's pretty good actually. I'm happy with that.
It really is a testament to the significant people power that people had in the past when they came together to do these jobs. This is a 3.5 ton stone.
Three and a half ton.
Stones at Stonehenge are.
All right, let's see if I can find it. Redneck Stonehenge. I'll just type it. Redneck Stonehenge. I used to be able to find it easy. I guess okay. Well, right. Weather right now. Scientists put orbals into space. I would rather skydive with no parachute naked over alligator. Yeah, dude. Yeah, don't do that stuff. Don't do that stuff. Ain't no. Let's see. Refer to Michigan. Okay, Wally Wallington, using only basic materials. Wally Wallington. I'm 13 today and had whiskey. Jeez, what you drinking whiskey for?
Hi, Wallace Wallington, retired carpenter. About 5 years ago, I began a project. I refer to this as the forgotten technology. I first began with 1-ton blocks and soon realized in order to challenge myself, I could go much further. I do not use wheels, rollers, metal levers, and I also work alone. Presently, my main
and I worked alone.
19,200 pounder, and I also use this 2,500 pounder as a counterweight. The technique is simple and could have evolved at different places and times throughout history. It also agrees with the laws of physics. This technology may give us some insight to to ancient construction.
So he's casting a piece. Oh, your throat was sore. You need some, what did they used to call that? What's that stuff they used to have in England? Mr. England's, what was it?
Okay, we're
what was
ready.
that? Boysenberry, Mr. England's blueberry whiskey. What was that called? Anybody? Has anybody got any idea what I'm talking about? It was Mr. Boston's blueberry whiskey. Mr. Boston's blackberry brandy. Blackberry brandy. This is what they used to use right here, which is a blended whiskey. Yeah, that's what they used to use for kids with sore throats and stuff. Amazing working alone, right? Yeah. And you just used a block. Sir Wellington the fourth. Sorry. So well, you'll see it. I'm going to tell you what he's doing, but yeah, he uses a counterweight. Heavy enough for him to be able to lift it or get up there.
Strength. First off, I just got to tip it back. I got to raise the block up at least 1.5 inches to get the forms out from underneath and get my fulcruments attached underneath there. So
last argument, yeah, she wanted the keys to my storage unit, knowing full well I had Pokemon.
I've added nearly 1,000 pounds of weight out there on a counterbalance.
I installed hanging swag lamp on my stand. There you go, brother.
Work is being done by
you
that.
know what? I did have one of those. I thought you meant tabletop. I did have one of those with the brass chain that goes over with the wire weaved through it. Yes, I did have one of those. And there's standard Mr. Boston's blended whiskey, and there's later Gemini output.
And I'm going to use some class 1 levers in front here to raise this side up. Also, I've offset the fulcrum under the block, so I'm not tipping the whole thing. I'm just tipping part of it. All I got to do is lift part of the block. And I expect it's going to be uneventful. We're just going to go ahead and do this.
To be uneventful.
No excitement involved, none or nothing, I hope.
Her name is Loretta.
So we'll just see
she
how it
ring
goes.
my
I'll figure on the other side, tell you a little bit more about it.
Ring my bell, my
This
bell.
is the center of the block. Okay, I'm going to when I place some shoring, I want to put some shoring on this side so that I'll clear that side so I can work over there for a while. All I have to do is place this shoring, place these blocks underneath it when I tip it up. Then I'll be able to balance everything on this side here. Okay, in order to make it easier on myself,
I got 2 tickets to Iron Maiden, baby. Come with me Friday, don't say maybe. 'Cause I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby like you. Ooh, 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 ooh. Redneck Pythagoras.
I've undercut the forms here a little bit so I can offset the fulcrum. Let's see, I had a piece of chalk here. Yep. Okay, my fulcrum point's going to be right in here. That means I got this much of the block, 18 inches, is balanced by this, right?
That's so bad. The exhale on the live set before the girl part.
I'll have to pick up this portion right there.
Teenage Kraken.
This is going to be balanced on that fulcrum point. That's what it really helps you get the fulcrum point underneath the.
I am just
object you're trying to
adorable in
move.
person.
Yeah. Because you real, I'm not even. I don't have to do anything of this. I'm just moving the mass here.
I'm
That's
just
all
moving the
lifting over
mass.
there, which is about 5,000 pounds.
Hey, when you think about it
You know
differently,
the
things
problem is,
happen differently. He's
all
not
of you
saying,
got
"Oh
out
my
of
goodness, it's this many tons." He says, "I'm just moving a mass."
I got about 1,000 pounds of weight on them. That should really help me. And then I'm going to finish it out with the simple lever in the front there.
So, sweetie pie. Probably he dropped. Palindra. I had zero idea there wasn't a girl in the band specifically for that song. Yeah, me neither. I didn't know she wasn't singing that part at all. It wasn't. Yeah, I had no idea until I saw the remake video or whatever it was live. Look at that. Look at that. Just moving the mass. If you're not taught in a box, it's easy to think outside of it.
Back level, this shouldn't be too hard. I added a bunch of weight on there. And
look at his big old lever.
Side with a lever.
Lever.
Tip it up. Get some shoring underneath the other side.
It's like a 2 transmission ratio. It's like, yeah. Gear ratio is right. Yeah. I mean, you can think about it like a big gear and a small gear. I mean, still a huge gear, and just where the 2 teeth intersect, the angles. I mean, that's all that really matters. Excellent problem-solving skills. The music video didn't help much. The girl's walking up to the guy facing the camera, and the lip sync is perfect. Right, yeah, it was the live part, right? When they later on in life. Just moving the mass. See, so the amount of weight he's moving is whatever. I mean, you got to do the triangle, the counterweight measurement and the length, the lever from the weight of the counterweight on the lever on the other side minus. So he's subtracting thousands of pounds from the equation that he's got to move. Continuously variable transmissions are cool. I used to have one. Yeah. The gearbox is like a big cone. Yeah. They're 2 intersected cones that when they as they spin farther apart, they move the belt chain up and down the ramps. Lever gives more mechanical advantage than a gear set with less parts. Right. Agreed, man. I feel like mold. It's prom night and I'm alone to behold. What's the price? It's all wood. It's all wood. Yep. Redneck Pythagoras. Yep. It's all wood. The stone is concrete and everything else is wood. No metal, no bearings, no wheels. With a big enough lever, I could move the world. Good. Yep. I remember that saying. Good one. Oops. I have a big lever. Look, just the weight of that bucket. The weight of what's in that bucket is moving that.
My block is now resting on my shoring. This end is loose to the forms.
So now I can start pulling it out.
It's touching down over there, but all I have to do to get rid of that is to add some weight to the other end.
Dude, on this video, I got big lever energy.
Got room to work underneath the block. I've ready to set my fulcruments. I've had much uncertainty on how it was about the fulcruments. I plan.
Oh, he is using metal. I thought he said no metal. Maybe he said no wheels.
I got a heavy-duty trailer from local hardware, and
I mean, but that could just be a freaking stone or a hunk of metal. They had metal back then. They had, Tornado. Lord doesn't know what she's missing. She doesn't know what she's missing.
I might get my arm flattened out from reaching underneath and trying to mess with stones that I was uncertain of. But anyhow, this is how I decided to go. I made my, I offset these holes so that I can spin this plate around and go from an 18-inch step to a 2-foot step. I'm going to balance the weight of the block on that one spot there.
So no, like almost no friction. So the plate is going to go against the load, and then the bottom of the ball will be against the ground. So he'll have almost no friction. Building the pyramids doesn't seem so daunting. Right. So why weren't we taught things like this in high school and whatnot when talking about things? They said it couldn't be done. It can absolutely be done. It can absolutely be done. It would take a shitload long time, and it'll take a lot of people. But yeah, a lot of people that know what they're doing. That's why I'm missing it. And the wheel was invented by the Sumerians, so it's been around since the first civilization. The Baalbek stones. Stone of the pregnant woman. Yeah, there's some big ones. Jeez, that's a big old stone. Look at that little guy right there. Oops. That's a guy right there. That's a big stone. Yeah, they're hugeins.
I think it'll work well. I'm gonna mount it up now. It should just slide. I got enough clearance here. I can slide it right underneath.
Okay, I was wrong. I thought you were gonna flip it over.
Go on the other way.
Oh yeah, okay. Never mind, I was right.
Notice I put a little shim on this end, so it'll set on a little bit of an angle there. But I can slide it underneath, put the bolts on, and we'll be ready to go.
Oh, he's bolting it in. Damn, he's freaking trusts his work. That thing snapped and he's out there by himself. My ancestors invented the wheel. Anybody who disagrees is a liberal. Yeah, you got him. You got the ancestry. Germans invented everything, guys. Aryans, no one can change that. Adam. Yeah, Arabs invented pretty much everything. Look at that. He's moving with his hand. He's moving it with his hand. And he can spin it too, probably.
I've got both fulcruments on there. And as you can see, I installed the center board. Give you a little close-up of that. Anyhow, the block's just about getting ready to go. I put some, I still got some weight stacked on there. Next thing I'll have to do is get my counterweight up there.
Jeez, moving big, heavy box shape things is super easy with rollers, like hangers, rods for closets. Yeah.
I wanted to show you
the only thing that would be difficult like this is in antiquity, doing it on the sand, right? Because any rollers would just squeeze right down into the sand. Yes. Marcel, the Scottish invented the steam engine, and they're Celts. And ancestors were technically Aryan. Celts or Aryans, my brother. There you go. Scotsman rather drink. You guys are figuring it out.
Center board there. So I've got a center
They're
board
fake. They're fake. Sleds for the sand parts. Yeah. Oh my God. They'd have to do something.
Got lots of room to be able to move this block around. And now the center board is...
So now he can walk it. Now he can walk it.
When I shift the weight from one fulcrum to the other. Keep it from tipping.
He even named it after himself, the Wellington lever. Dude, he doesn't even have a cameraman. You just use long logs with flat tops or rails and probably animal fats, but you're talking tons, dude. It would probably turn those things into splinters. Do you recall your favorite Jimmy Eat World album? I can't remember the name of their albums. I can't recall it either. Got a pipe?
I walked it off.
He's got a pipe.
2x4, and now I want to walk this block around. Oh, here's a nice one.
So he's just using a pebble.
Looks like a little egg. Anyhow, I'm gonna push this in there. There's my balance point that I want to be. I'll push it in there 12 inches.
Look at that. Unbelievable. Look at that. Now he's going to move the pebble, change the balance point. Closet rods, yeah, just use the real logs for the super heavy stuff. I'm Scottish, and I'm proud of the Scots. The World Cup. Drank Boston dry. NRBQ. All right.
I put a couple shims in this
7/8.
I'm going to start shifting the weight back and forth, bring it back up vertically. Once I get it up about 4 inches, I'm going to be able to put my shoring box on.
Jeez, dude. This is patience. This guy's got supreme patience. Imagine if something slipped across his arm when he was installing the Fokker piece. Brother, that's what I thought. I was thinking the whole time. And imagine just being out there. He's out by himself with just a camera filming him till the battery dies with him screaming. Not there. This is what, the 90s? No, it's got it. I mean, maybe it's in the 2000s, but I mean, you know, and there ain't no Siri call 911. I'm Scottish, maybe stab you, mate. Flat world. Scottish women are hot. No freaking way. They're just building it up. Makes sense. Serious question, wise men. Do molecular extractions have side effects? Everything. The poison makes the dose makes the poison. Everything's got side effects. Because you're using other things in your body for operations, for chemistry, and if you deplete yourself in whatever the side reactions are, then you know, so you got to make sure that you have plenty of minerals. It's usually a mineral of some sort that's going to be catalyzing or whatnot. So yeah, it's going to be, you have to make sure that you have a good dose of minerals. Armadon and Armstrong, one of the Ivernesses. Armadon or Armstrong, and one from the Iverness clan. Footage looks like 2000s. Yeah, clan chatting. Macintosh. Are you a Campbell? You freaking wackadoos. I'm so uncultured.
On, just shifting the weight back and forth. But I tell you what, I got somebody here to come up here and volunteer to run the camera. This is my son Ed. What I'm gonna have him do is step in here, and he's gonna shift weight for me. He's just gonna use his body weight, and I'm gonna place the shoring. This thing is gonna really roll along now. It's only gonna take a couple minutes to put this block up on top.
Yeah, when's the last time you seen a father and son doing stuff like this? A retired carpenter. I just read a headline: "Socialists will eat the Democratic Party." No, it's going to happen, and this is why I always say, the Democratic Party is so fractured. There's at least 3 vies for control in the Democratic Party, and the other 2 got pushed out of New York. So that's going to be bad for the party. It's going to be bad for the party. I hope they have some Pepto. Loretta, aren't you glad I'm your husband? That's because Madami's operatives just won New York to take it fully over. Yeah, absolutely. A little bit. And they lost so much capital. So much. It's unbelievable that Texas is going to be the head of it's going to be the center of the financial center of America, not New York City. And it's amazing that New York's been it for over 200 years. Just because tax the wealthy, tax the rich, not. You got to understand how wealth trickles down, how it goes from employees, from employer to employees, to the places that they go eat, the cabs that they get in, the buses that they take, the plumbers that they hire, all of that stuff. And when thousands and tens of thousands of jobs leave, hundreds of thousands of jobs are affected. Yeah, it did have its turn. Yep. They got too entitled. They thought that. They think that being a mayor is like being a god, and that's a big problem. The ego thing has gone way overboard. New York governor begging back business to come back. Yes, right. Because how are they going to get the money? They're a sanctuary city. They can't get federal money.
Went real well. You see I changed my shirt. I got all sweated up there. Anyhow, we reached the top of the box here. Now I got to go up a little higher because I'm right level with the top of the block behind it. So I have to walk this block off of that block, and I'm going to switch the Wallington handle around there. And
build a full-blown replica of some major Indian monument that's in India. In India, they did one that was in India. There's a rule where the light won't find you. Every time I go to Texas, no one can read black and white or Mexican. Yeah, nobody. Right. The education system is trashed. Now they're running out of people's money. Right. Well, so what I've been hearing, and I don't care about teaching people English. Teach them English, but they're not. The problem is they have it's not just Mexicans, or else it would be easier to do two languages. You have people from France, you've got people from India, you've got people from Africa, you've got people from all over, and these kids are speaking different languages, and they're trying to just get let's write your name on the paper. And not teaching, and then so it's slowing down. Remember, the class can only go as fast as the slowest student. Any class, when no child's left behind, the class can only go as fast as the slowest student.
Right on the block itself, I put them on a board. That way we can slide the board underneath. I built this a couple years ago. It works real well. I've tested it beyond this weight here, so I know it works real well. But it's real simple, and we're just going to slide underneath there. But it's a little more unstable now since I reached the top of the box.
No real monument is in India. They built a full-size replica in Frisco, Texas, and there's Epic City 2.0. It's going to be full. It's on the matter. That's Sharia law, to some degree.
Right there.
Dude, so, we'll talk about that.
We're just going 3/4 inch at a time. A little bit more. That's it right there. Okay? In a way, when we
3/4 inch at a time. So it pulls out a 1/4 inch slab, then puts in a 2x4, then pulls out a 1/4 inch slab, and puts in a 2x4.
There's nothing you can do to stop it.
So he's just walking it up. He said,
Right there.
imagine all this dude pulls out a remote, summons his alien buddies to put it all together. Look up, Max. Yeah, we'll check it right after this. Damn, we can't have that Sharika law. Sharika. Let's go play with Cowboys and Muslims.
Since I started working with the block,
we're literally being invaded. Islam is basically a city religion. Bedouins the opposite, big time in North Africa. Listen, there is so much internal strife going on right now, and that's bleeding over into the local governments. My best buddy, he's Muslim, and he's all he knows what's going on with all of it, and like. The reason that they're trying to push it is so they can unite the Muslims in that area, because there's Sunni, Shia, and one other. I can't remember what the third one is, and they're all vying for control. So if the I can't remember what the primary the largest sect is, they want to secure it so that the other two sects will fall into line. Shakira, Sufi. There you go. Right, Sufi.
Conway block onto the main.
So they've got a lot of fighting themselves to do, and so it's not just rednecks that are trying to stop it. It's also internal fighting trying to stop it, so that they make sure that the other sects aren't the ones out there. So it's all a mess. Wallabies. And I don't think I've heard that one.
I'd switch some handles around from the vertical walk. I've added some counterweight out there. I've installed some handles here so I can have better control, keep stability. I also had to add a little weight here.
I say let the rednecks go.
A little bit of balance
They'll get it figured out.
Anyhow,
There's a big problem in the Middle East right now with oddly enough, they have us thinking oil war, go get oil. Well, apparently there's a huge problem with water. The Persian Sea that they've been pulling water out of to do water desalination. They've been pumping the salty water. After they pull the salt out of the water, they pump the salt back into the sea, which has raised the salinity of that sea to 50x. So it's 50 times saltier than it was 100 years ago. And then with it being salty, salt water can get hotter than when you can change the boiling point by adding salt to water when you want to boil your noodles. It doesn't boil at 212, it boils at like 208 or whatever. Well, regardless, the way it handles heat, so it's basically radiating heat. So it's heating up the area, it's the water in that area, so that when they pull the water in to desalinate, it's now warmer, more salty than it was just last year. So they have to use more power to desalinate the water that's coming back through. And they have what's called angel water, heaven water. It's the water that was in the aquifer. That's basically huge aquifers underneath large swaths of the built-up Middle East, even like the UAE, Dubai, whatnot. And they're draining that. Apparently, it's 80 to 90% empty, and they've done like most of that emptying in the past 20 years. So it's looking like they've only got less than 5 years of water left from the wells that they used to dig. And because they only have like 100 millimeters of rain a year, that's not being refilled. Like here, if you dig a well and you hit an aquifer, it's going to rain a freaking couple feet over the year, and the rainwater will soak through and get back to the aquifer. But only raining 100 millimeters or so, it'll never even get through the crust before it starts to evaporate off and whatnot. So a big problem is the land is sinking into the aquifer. So the berms that they put up to keep sand from blowing into the cities are now misshapen, and then a bunch of sand is blowing in. Why don't they go fight amongst themselves in their own countries instead of trying to take? Brother, I don't know. We cleaned up. The Shia are the nice Muslims. The quote-unquote nice Muslims that don't believe in evangelism or hardcore rules. They're the majority minority. Gotcha. What are we cleaning up, Loretta? It's good to know. When I was on a boat with the Persian Gulf, we had black dolphins. Racists. Jesus Christ. So their mindset is positively medieval. You can't negotiate with them. So they have a problem with whether they could have been considered extremists or not. They have a problem that a bunch of extremists are blended in too. Like, you don't think that extremists from every sect of every different type of religion and secularism, non-religion, Satanism, whatever, from all over the world hasn't come across the border also. So they're also going to be like, I would have vie for power. You can do that. You can come into the country and just say you want your own legal system. So now that's started to be opened up, there's a lot more people saying, well, I want a piece of this too. So it's not going as the way that the propaganda is going. Let's just say, whatever happened to Trump's mass deportations? We need someone. So they said today yesterday or the day before. Sorry, I think it was Tuesday, Wednesday. I can't remember what day it was. It was within the past 3 or 4 days. The TPS status for 350,000 Haitians and 10,000 other Caribbeans has been ended now. So that was just like 2 days ago. And the guy that does the deportations, Homan, he said that they hired 10,000 more ICE agents. And he says, you just wait till next year. Because apparently another Supreme Court thing was passed also this week that said you can't question the president with his immigration laws. He's the head of that. So now it's saying that if you can't prove that you're in danger in your home country, then you don't even need a hearing. You don't have to go. But you have a bunch of lawyers that are using this. They call them immigration mills, because they know that if you can make it so that they say these things that says that you're in danger, and then they have to go in front of the court, and then because they don't have any money, the government has to afford them an immigration attorney, not just a standard public defender. And so now these immigration attorneys are doing like hundreds of cases a day, and they're making freaking tens of thousands of dollars a week. Yeah, and so they don't care. They don't care about the immigrants. They just say they do because they want because even if they get due process, which if you're not a legal citizen, you don't get legal protections. But if they don't get if the reason that they want due process isn't to keep them here, they want to profit off of the deportation. They want to make sure everybody gets a day in court so that these guys can make millions of dollars as lawyers. And still, they know everybody's going home. That's supposed to go home. Does the cloud keep making new water, or will water eventually disappear? So the problem is there's no good evaporation over there. Salt water evaporates at a different rate than fresh water, and so they're not getting as much rain. So they're doing cloud seeding now, but they're not getting, except for like when they had that big flood, but there's not nearly enough rain. You would need like 1,000 years of rain to add like a foot of water to those underground, like 400 feet deep aquifers, because the ground is so dry that it would just soak in and never get to the aquifers. The problem is Sunni reestablishment. They just reject the Quran in favor of the Sunni. They use Quran for ceremony purposes. I got a ladybug landed on my computer. Holding hands while the walls come crumbling down. My name is Ben. It's the water cycle. Water evaporates from the earth, vapor collects into the atmosphere, and then rains back down. Yeah, then they run out, right? Yeah, and then more are created. Thank God the Supreme Court has an upbag. Bro, listen, the Supreme Court, the three dissenting judges from the Supreme Court said they wanted to argue that the word temporary actually meant permanent. 3 women were arguing that temporary actually means permanent. That was their argument to dissent. No, temporary doesn't mean temporary. It means permanent. So the temporary protected status would be temporary protected status. I'm a white Western woman. That could be a serious issue. I heard stories of white folk doing hard to women too. Yeah, but the problem is you've got to get the illegals, no matter Muslim, black, white, whatever, French, you've got to get them out first so you can go after the native-born criminals. If the people that weren't supposed to be here weren't here, that crime would never happen. And then if the white on white crime or black on black or American on American crime happened, you can take the criminal American and put them in jail for the rest of their life. But the criminal system is so flooded, that's what makes the problem. And then you have issues that they're saying now is that the judges and whatnot don't want to be called racist or Islamophobic, so that they were like being like, don't do it again and letting people out. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's criminals everywhere, but it's easier to arrest the homegrown criminals when there's not a whole bunch of other people committing crimes too. But eventually the water will eventually disappear. So here, one of the big things about that is the Middle East has been exporting wheat. So the water that's in that wheat that they grow is leaving the continent. And that ain't coming back. So that's a big problem, is their exports that use water. I wouldn't have to deal with it, having to deal with it. Yeah, I just said that. And I know a lot of immigrants who are on refugee status, so they go home to countries for about a month every year for holidays. To me, that's not a refugee. Right. If they were too afraid to be in their country, they wouldn't return to their country. 99% Somalis in Minnesota are trying to fraudulent money back. Yeah, billions. Dude, the place I saw a news thing yesterday where they were talking about the most profitable place in that Somali. Like it's supposed to look like inside of the mall, the indoors. It's supposed to look like an outdoor Somali. What do you call them? Not festival. Damn it. What do you call them? Like a bazaar. What do you call it? An outdoor. It's like an outdoor store. But anyway, so the place that makes the most money in there is the Western Union place or whatever the Somali version that is for people sending money back home. That's the only place that had a line, and that's the most profitable place. Yeah, drinking water is getting scarce all over the world. Morgan Stanley, if I recall, wanted to add water to commodities. Yes, I don't remember if it was Morgan Stanley, but I do remember that also. Yeah, and so. Yeah. The woke activist judges putting in enough big threats seriously an IQ test required to vote. Something's got to happen. Do you need bottle rockets? My monthly period is temporary. I read about not only Middle Eastern people, but Asian people, also mixed with other different ethnic people. They're not recognized, represent. They're relatively new. It's the thing is. You shouldn't need representation as a people. Just be cool. Just be like, if you want to be an American, then try to get to America to be an American. The problem is they don't want to be Americans. They don't want to lose their citizenship to their other countries because 99% of them are here to make money so that they can live like kings back at their houses. They want to go back to their old aunts and uncles and be like, look at my new car. Look at how I'm living. They want to show off and stunt. They're coming here to try to get as much money so that when they go back, they can be rich. Imagine them going back home with a $60,000 a year pension from an American company that's going to flow to them till their death, and they're making $60,000 a year in Somalia from an American, it's worth it. I'd probably try it too. The gap between the world's renewable water supply and demand expected to be 40% by 2030. Jeez. But yeah, I agree also. I don't know if you're agreeing with me or not, but I agree that it's not going to be oil. It's going to be water. So when all of those people, because do you know that just in the 1960s, the Middle East, I think it was Saudi Arabia, had a population of 3.5 million, and it's over 35 million now as of 2024. So you have all those people and there's not enough water for all of them. And actually, so they're shutting down wheat production because there's not enough water to grow the wheat. And they have droughts and the water is too salty. So where are all those people going to go? Where is the world's largest supply of fresh water? Well, it's America. At least in the open country, in the open market, is America. We've got the most fresh water available, not frozen. To be an American is much deeper than most people think. Right? Yeah, because they don't. Most people don't want to be an American. That's why people have been here 20 years and don't speak a lick of English. Don't take a step outside of their own communities. But the thing is, after a bunch of years of that, and a bunch of people that in your community, that every community's got criminals, so they've got criminals in their community, and they see their criminals back home every day after committing all kinds of petty crimes and horrible crimes, right? So it's it feels lawless. You're like, what are you gonna do to me? So I stole some money. He killed somebody, and you let him out after a year, and they feel that way, and then and that's the problem, because now they got cell phones and they're telling everybody how they feel. Flat world. What did your dad say about that? So the question is, they're doing this, but their grandchildren are wearing Nikes and assimilating. How about the third generation? Right. And so that's what's going to be the big problem, is that if next week, if the birthright citizenship thing that goes through says, birthright citizenship was set up in America for the African slaves to make it so they are American citizens. But the immigrants and illegal immigrants, any migrant, whatever you want to say, they want to say my child was born here, so my child is an American, even though they were migrants. And if that says no, if they say no, then those kids are going back with them, and those kids have never even been in whatever other country before. I mean, maybe they went to visit or whatnot, but they ain't lived there. Look at the UK, yeah. Things are going bad. Do you know now that USAID is shut down? There's been like 12 countries that have lost their left. They have gone right wing. I think it was 8 to 12 countries that have just lost the left wing side has lost their elections because there's no USAID money to fund and their elections, because USAID was funding so many left wing governments apparently. Let's see if I can find it. Let me see if I can. Let's finish this here. Sorry. All right, let me finish up the chat, then I'll get there. Loretta said he was a broker for himself. Morgan Stanley was basically the host. Yeah, Governor Torre. As a Hungarian in Germany, I created my own bubble. Acknowledged to me, my teacher was respected. The great respect, my great time specs were getting. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. He didn't talk much about work, honestly. Have you noticed that in Mad Max, Mel Gibson breaks down the society is also represented by the all-male gangs who are in S&M gear? Yes. Sometimes work is work, personal, separate. I agree. To be an American is to move to the earth at the same rhythm, hear the grass grow, etc. Yeah, and people have trauma from the wars and stuff that they came from, especially when you're talking like Sudan and whatnot. But the problem is we didn't get to choose which side of the war we were letting people in from. So people from North and South Sudan are here and still fighting each other. USAID was a slush fund in the open. Yeah, abso-freaking-lutely. Yeah, we'll look at that real quick. Here, look at this. Let me see if I can find it. Hopefully I can find it quick. Let me see if I can find it quick. Let me see if I can find it. That'd be fine. Okay, here you go. All right, here's a short list. So seven Latin America elections since USAID was funded. Chile, far right one. Bolivia's far right one. Peru, Ecuador, Honduras, Colombia, and Costa Rica. All of those Latin American countries are now far right that were far left because they were all being funded by that. It's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So with all the problems America has, and they say they need to tax the rich, no, they need to stop trying to take over the world by spending all of our money winning elections in countries that aren't ours. Murder with the cake that it gave me. Andy, closing time. My great-great-grandfather was a sheriff in the south of the U.S., fought in the Mexican-American War. You can imagine what Minneapolis is like. They cannot wait to get out of here next week. We don't put up with that in Arkansas. 7 Latin American countries went conservative because they're liberal politicians. And they weren't being funded anymore. USAID was funding their left wing, not our left wing. They weren't funding. I mean, they were absolutely. They were funding the Democrats here too. But they could have been funding both sides, but they weren't. They were absolutely spending all of this extra money to all these other countries. So 12 countries, I believe it was 12 countries, and just these 7 here. I could probably find the rest of the list. But that's just 7 countries out of what, 112 that we give money to? 112. That's so crazy. No problem. South Dakota, let's get loose. What up, Cody? Yeah, it's like everything's been a lie. Everything's been like everybody's been lied to. Everybody's been lied to about foreign aid. Nobody cares. If they cared about life, there wouldn't be wars. They wouldn't put Americans in front of bullets for other things. They do not care about life. They push abortions and stuff, and they push a form of sexuality that doesn't end up in reproduction. So like if you push that and push that and push that, the birth rate's going to drop. So you've got to import voters. And it was like, I called that a right-wing conspiracy. And now I'm like, well, shit, I guess it wasn't a conspiracy. Yeah. What's good? I feel like the real reason that money's because USAID dried up is making a joke because the liberal politicians didn't want to go the way of Maduro. No, not for about probably 2 hours or so. All right, let's go back here.
2 360-degree rotations and
snatch and grab. Yep, was impressive.
That block there. I'm doing a 6-inch step each time. At every 180 degrees, I have to stop and shift.
I wonder how many days this was over.
So I can walk on the other pivot.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way they're teaching it, like I went on. This was like 5 years ago. I went on one of the Planned Parenthood websites, and they were showing like why it's okay to have an abortion because like it's not a baby, it's just a clump of cells. So I looked at the photos that they showed of the clump of cells, and then if you look and you do a Google image search for those clumps of cells, they washed away all of the protein using an acid, leaving the fat behind. So the fat sac that the baby is born in, not geriatric, what's it called? Not geriatric, that's old. Gestation sac is made out of a fat. So they wash the baby that looks like a baby away with an acid and say this is all that's coming out. It's just this. And then when you look into why they did it, they said they did it to not be crude. Well, we didn't want to show people dead babies. Right. But you told them that, no, if you're having an abortion, this is what's coming out of you. Well, that's true. If you're deceptive, that is coming out of you with a bunch of other stuff that you washed away for the photo. And it's the deception that drives me crazy. It's the absolute demonic deception that, because they're like, look, it's okay. This is all that's coming out. There's no fingers and toes. There are fingers and toes. But the way they teach it, they aren't nice to them in South Dakota or Aberdeen. And Marco Rubio wore the same Nike tracksuit to try to visit. Yeah, I saw that too. You missed it. Yeah, we've been going out 2 hours. It's all right, brother. It's recorded. You can watch it. You can watch it when you have time. Killing is killing. People are diluted. Right. And why did it get this far? Why did we get this far that this is an acceptable way to have a society? And then like it gets to the part when even when they're talking to trans people and they're like, it can be so traumatic for you to give birth because you think you're a guy for women to men transitioners. So we got to make sure that if you get pregnant as a man, you don't go through that process because then you'll be reminded that you're a man or you're a woman, and that can be so traumatic. So we have to be able to give it. What up, Scott? Going back to sleep. It's already hot here. Good to see you, brother. I'm buying more ammo just in case. Yeah, I'm not taking the conversation. Yeah, I'm sorry, brother. What? Yeah, it's so dishonest. It's deceptive. It's way more than dishonest. My hand is on 5 weeks recovery from surgery from last weekend. 5 weeks from last weekend? How does that work? How did 5 weeks happen between now and last weekend? Yeah, it's absolutely all a mental health issue. I think they're going to find out that these SSRIs are cooking people. Yeah, he went at a time. He's like, I didn't want to wait the whole 6 weeks for my hand to heal, so I advanced through time. I think he's meaning to say it's going to take 5 weeks of recovery from last weekend. That's what I'm thinking he means. But maybe I don't. Some women have no business having children. The problem is you can ask my mom. She's head of the Arkansas Police Children's Services, and they don't want to give the baby. Jeez. Right, they don't. But the problem is they only had to prove that it worked better than placebo. And when there's so many side effects on pills like SSRIs, when people feel something, even upset stomach, they're like, oh, it's working. And then it's mind over matter often that makes them feel better. But most time it's winter. People stay inside. Then they get put on SSRIs. They're like, it'll take 4 to 6 weeks to start working. Well, in 4 to 6 weeks, it's often spring. So you go outside and you're in the sun again. Your vitamin D levels rise. And then you start to feel better. So it's not the pills, but because you're feeling a side effect, upset stomach, dizziness, lightheadedness, anything, diarrhea, anything, if you feel something, people will convince themselves, well, that means it's actually something in there. It's not a sugar pill. It's working. Yeah, it's crazy. I wish, but it only works like 2% better than sugar pill, than placebo. I wish everyone was baseball player chewing tobacco and just hanging on. I agree. My surgery was last weekend today. Gotcha. And it'll take you 5 weeks to heal. Some wackadoo people out there. There's definitely some wackadoos out there. The only reason they were able to produce study prove SSRIs are more effective than medications is the placebo effect. Right, yeah. Meth SSRIs probably had to run 50 studies in parallel, cherry pick the ones. Yes, that's absolutely what they do. Because a psychiatrist told me every single girl mass shooter was SSRIs. All of them. Yeah, absolutely. Because for some reason, they can't feel the emotion that this is bad. They feel like it's like a video game. I thought I would be dead before the human race went insane. My timing is off. So yeah, check out. If you guys want a wackadoo shirt, go to 110thgrade.com. I'm selling shirts and hats. Get you a wackadoo hat. Or a wackadoo shirt. Like $16. Anyway. Boom. As everybody's going wackadoo. Yeah, it's been known for years now, without fail. Yeah, SSRIs. God bless your heart. Thank you, brother. I made it myself. I did. It's no AI. I did it all myself.
Show you how to move blocks now.
You're a wackadoo, Richard. Oh no, I'm part of the list. That's why I'm the king. I'm the king of the wackadoos. This is embroidered. This one's screen printed. Anyway.
Set it 4 inches apart. That's 2 inches.
So he moved it from one end to the other end by walking it.
About 40 pounds of pressure on my lever here, I can rotate the block 180 degrees.
So now he's got a cigarette.
Then moves it.
Yes, I is. There's a mass school student you can bet is either trans, SSRIs, or both. Well, usually when you get to diagnose trans, you've already been through antidepressant. You've already been, I'm depressed. Okay, start that. I'm still depressed. I don't think it's, then, okay, now you're trans. I'm pretty sure the trans would be too busy getting murdered and committed mass shooting. Yeah, right. Well, the problem is, do you know how many trans were murdered in Illinois last year? Zero. Do you know how many get murdered? The only reason that was, first of all, propaganda, especially in America. The only reason trans people get beat up, often the highest reason, is because if they're men that turned into women that are trying to pick up other men and trick them, people get mad, especially when you're doing it at a bar. Tomorrow's my birthday. All right, I'll sing happy birthday tomorrow.
This moves my counterweight down to the other end, so then I can move the main block.
So he's just walking it down.
Quite simple. It's real easy.
Happy birthday.
Not a problem at all.
Don't do that, Adam.
You see, it takes a couple bounces to get the block to where it's right where I want it to be when I'm going to move it. And then I start rotation, and inertia will help me stabilize the block.
The Moai walk. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the size of that freaking hunk of concrete. Everything's a lie.
Doing today is I move my block that way. What I want to do is get it down by that end of the staging area in order to do a little side step. I figured out that I need to go move my block 4 inches closer to the hole. I want to do it with a side step.
No, yeah,
so
I agree. Yeah, he
absolutely
absolutely doesn't see this as work. No, he's breaking boundaries here. He's busting through ceilings. He's proving everybody wrong, and he's only got 700,000 views on this. Counterbalancing would still be one tough jump. Yeah. He already rotated it the other way. Yeah, you missed a bunch of all the other stuff he did. And this part here, he already moved. This part down here at the end, it was over here. So he's moved this whole block this distance down the line. I don't know how a person could argue a trans person doesn't have an obligation to make very clear on her when dating. Because people are evil. People are evil. They want to trick people. They are deceptive. They are absolutely deceptive. Evil people, biblically evil people, want to deceive. Deceiving is their spirit. That's what they want to do. They get off on it. They get off on tricking people, making people hurt themselves to do what they want. What I don't understand is if a guy goes to a physician and says he's confused about his gender, why don't they give him testosterone instead of the women, which make him more confused? Because the average trans person spends $1.7 million a lifetime on healthcare. The average American spends between $20,000 and $30,000. So if you can keep people in the trans delusion, you can suck a lot more money out of them. This is why they want the government to pay for it, because then they can convince a bunch more confused kids, and then they can just have a whole huge cash grab, just jamming cash into their pockets and not having to worry about the patient paying for it. It's usually black men who are very drunk, and a trans person takes off their clothes and gets beaten up. Yeah, well, that's going to be rough, brother. Don't do it. A lot of liberals defend that behavior because she's no different than someone. Yeah, that's right. And they want us to believe that. They want to lie to your face until you believe it or until you submit. Estrogen is a very powerful hormone. No, absolutely not. Right. No shit, Sherlock. Right. Absolutely. And women should not take testosterone. It changes their throat structure. It makes talking hurt because women's vocal cords can't fit in a male voice box, and the voice box continues to grow through puberty. So if they start you too early, too close to while you're going through puberty, their voice boxes will grow and close in on the because it doesn't just grow out, it also grows in, and it thickens. It closes in on the vocal cords, and the vocal cords thicken to get deeper. There's not enough room, so every time they talk and their vocal cords vibrate, it hits the cartilage. In Hungary, we have free health care, but I know doctors are buffoons. Males shouldn't eat soy, and I don't eat soy. If people can't change genders, if people could change genders, I want to be a gold dragon. Women's hormones are way more. It's way more than just estrogen. They just want something to sell to these people. It's way more than just estrogen. It's hundreds of hormones. I don't want to get beaten up. Testosterone and estrogen are both powerful hormones. Very, very powerful. Have you ever heard of Altra? What it do, Dean? Rich, look, Elon Musk, more perfect union. All right, we'll look at it after this. Weird Society is telling us microplastics warp. Think it's going to be a huge climate hazard 2030, and the whole world will collapse. Well, we'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of really bad stuff going on in Saudi in this Middle East right now. They've drained huge aquifers, and the land is sinking into that aquifer. And they've got these big ass Burj Khalifas and stuff. And dude, it's gonna be bad. Now I think if you're 18 and you're an adult and you want to be mentally ill, yes, right, absolutely. Get your face tattooed, your eyeballs tattooed, your freaking neck pierced, whatever you want. Autocorrect. 5 earthquakes in 24 hours. Yep, that was rough. What about the epic cities? A lot of things doing them. Oh, well, look at that. Sorry, I forgot.
Later on, and be able to stand it right up.
I want to see him standing up. Where's he going? All right, we're going to jump ahead. Now, okay, what are we doing? More perfect union. That clavicular guy is cooked. He was crying on the stream after the nose job. Yeah, dude, he's screwed up, dude. Dude, this is what demons will do to you. His ass, dude, he got to a good looking Chad, and then he said, maybe I'll get my nose done. And then he got a dink little twink nose. Oh, poor guy. Yes, absolutely. He should have a different nose job if you know what he meant. Yeah, listen, I think the surgeon probably did it on purpose. He got a nose job, and it's like this little itty-bitty twink slope nose, almost like Michael Jackson's itty-bitty sloped, like ski slope, little pointy nose. It destroyed his face. He needs a big meaty nose like mine. Be a real man. I can't believe how brutally he was mocked after he has a frat leader, though. Yeah, dude. Good old days. People get what they deserve. All right, so he's gonna. He also can't talk to women because he has social skill worse than a caveman. Yeah, he doesn't need to though. He doesn't need to talk to him. They're throwing themselves at him.
Some 3/4 board probably fit right in there.
But yeah, I think that's why a lot of people like to watch. I've never watched one of his streams. I just see the clips. He was turned down by so many girls in France. Oops. Because of his nose job. Maybe that's what made him get the nose job. Maybe he went and got turned down a bunch by these girls in France and then stared in the mirror while he was all whacked out on freaking Adderall and was like, if my nose was better, and the girls would have said yes. No need, yeah. No, I guess not in France. Yeah, and all the girls that want to be streamers and booby streamers and whatnot, they just want to be seen with them so that they can get a crowd. Yep. So he's just walking it up. I wish he had I wish he had a timeline here, like how many days or hours this took. I mean, I know it was definitely days, weeks. It looks like it's cold now. He's got a jacket on. There's booby streamers relied on men's lust. They get many donations. Yeah, right. Yeah, and then they don't save any of their money. And then after about 6 months, a new booby streamer comes on, and they go look at the new booby streamer, and then the chick that thought she would never lose that money in donations ends up going broke. It's a cycle. I don't know what he's done to his jaw. Something like swells people. I think he's definitely had like lip filler injected into his jaws. And I know he said he's done that stuff like that, like being bit by a bee and stuff like that. I know he says he's done all kinds of things, like taps his face with a a hammer and stuff like that. I've seen a bunch of clips, stuff like that. But then he also gets filler and whatnot. A whole lot of self-worship. Yep. He's good at exposing how shallow one woman can be. One that comes to approaches on a couple of dates. Asks the girls wants to go to the club, but her guy can't come in, so she leaves the dude. Right? I think my girlfriend was having an extramarital relationship with men for money to pay for cigarettes. It probably was, dude. Sounds like a good girl you're with. Yep. Modern women are definitely toxic, and then the men, the weak men, see how much attention women get online, and then so they start dipping their toe into the trans stuff, and they're like, okay, if I just put a dress on and some lipstick instead of raising my voice, then like they're like, oh, join the crew, and then they get a bunch of girls around them. Gotta go, moving out with the kiddo. All right, brother, good to see you again. Bum, bum, bum.
Here she comes. Watch your head. Very good.
Jeez, I broke up with my girlfriend. So pissed at her soda. Oh, I pissed at her soda stream. So that's how they walked it up. All right, we get the point. See how high he gets it here.
To this end, to
this is part one, so it's ending here. I'm at the end of the universe. I'm in a tune. That's pretty cool. All right, so we were looking at, what's the name of it? Raid. What was the name of it again? Epic City. Okay, this is a year ago. They halted construction on it. What to know about it 1 year ago, 1 month ago. Uh-oh. 7 months ago, they lied to us about it. Court rules against Texas 1 month ago. Five months ago. All right, let's see. How long is this?
East Plano Islamic Center, known as EPIC, one of the largest mosques in all of
North
Texas.
Watch that
it is the planned Muslim-centric neighborhood set just 40 miles north of Dallas, and it's got a lot of attention nationwide and from the top leaders of Texas.
A spiritual stronghold, a movement, and the engine behind what could become the most ambitious Islamic development center ever attempted on American soil.
So know this, that Islam will enter every house. Every house. Don't worry about the Islamophobes. They can yap all they want. Their children will be Muslim. And it's not going to stop. You can stop immigration. You can do Muslim bans. Wallahi, it's not stopping.
402 acres. 40 minutes.
Yeah, you're
from
not
Dallas,
you're not winning over anybody like that. Yeah, you're not winning over anybody like that.
Texas
and
town
the thing
called
is, conservatives aren't liberals. Conservatives aren't going to go out and protest in the streets like liberals do. You'll see little pockets of ex-liberals that's what they know what to do. But their money is going to be spent. People are going to be paid. Laws are going to be passed. Congressmen are going to be called. Liberals don't call congressmen people. The Brits definitely have a rough time.
Josephine, a place most people have never heard of. And on that land, they're building a city. And we're on our way there right now.
Even majority of liberals are fed up with Islam. Well, because they realize now that like even this past this Pride Month, like a bunch of the Muslim used to be LGBTQ partners, like they were like, hey, we're both Democrats, so now they're like, no, we're not hanging your pride flags and stuff like that. We don't believe it. And they're like, well, what do you mean? You said you were. Like, yeah, but now we got power. We don't need you anymore. Liberal me, liberal you, liberal us. Not Minneapolis, you can tell that for a fact. But as Austin is full of liberals, Texas is the odd place. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
They call
what
it
up?
Epic City.
Epic
the
City.
governor of Texas said it would never see the light of day. The attorney general came after it. The Department of Justice opened an investigation. A brand new state law was signed, all specifically to stop it. They rebranded. Epic City became the Meadow. And then, just days ago, a Texas judge ruled in their favor. The gates were cracked open. We just touched down at DFW Airport, and we're on our way to Epic City. We're going to expose darkness, preach the gospel of Jesus Christ.
There you go,
and we
brother.
believe that souls will be touched, saved, seeds will be planted, and the darkness of Islam will be exposed.
Uh-oh. Amen. America will be Islam. Ain't gonna happen.
So we're actually on our way to the car rental right now, and we're going to head out straight to Epic City. It's about a 37-minute drive from DFW. Again, this is something that the Holy Spirit put on our heart. I saw a reel pop up of the city. I just felt the leading of the Spirit to look up where it's located in Texas, and it happens to be 37 minutes from Dallas. And we were already flying in the next day to Dallas.
I still remember those head-off vibes.
So we knew it was an assignment from the Lord. We prayed about it, and the presence of God backed it. And now we're on the way there. I'm not coming as a politician. I'm not coming as a protester. I'm not coming as a journalist just trying to close a story. I'm coming as a preacher of the gospel of Jesus Christ. Because behind every headline...
Right. Well, the problem is, and I've mentioned this before, Adam, the problem is Islam did not handle their PR well. They did not stand up against the extremists. They did not, and now it's gotten to the point where Muslims are leaving the UK in mass, and because of now hate against them. Well, they should. You've got to police your own. Christians have to police their own. Jews have to police their own. The LGBTQ should have policed their own, and they didn't. They let everybody with bad behavior get on and just scream that, hey, we've got power now. And then now they're on their decline. It's going to be the same thing. And the woman that just got elected in New York was saying, we're not going to apologize for 9/11 because what you guys did to us back in whatever year. And so that kind of stuff doesn't play well. $1 says Islam tries to delete Christ when he returns. Must admit, it was still showing ISIS head. Al-Qaeda and ISIS killed more Muslims, Christians, Jews. Right? Yeah, right. Wow, right. Why haven't they been stopped? Why haven't they been stopped? Why have they been allowed to have so much power? The image of Islam is cooked up by the Pakistanis. The UK opened restaurants in Indians' names. Yeah, and not only that, but there was also a lot of American. There were Pakistani accounts, but when a couple of months ago, X changed the way they showed people's accounts. It tells you that what country the account originated in, not using VPN. If you've used VPNs and whatnot for whatever reason, it still shows whatever country that I guess because of the payment, whatever the payment goes through, where the payment processor was. So even if you're on a VPN, but you want to buy your $7, $11 check mark on X, they know where you're from. So all of these guys that were like, they had a bunch of rage baiters, people from Pakistan and India and Africa, starting fights between American on the left and the right by just rage baiting both sides. Then once that thing happened, it stopped like overnight. This is why you don't see hardcore leftists coming in and screaming all the time anymore. Most of them weren't even from American accounts. And then so that all that stuff painted a bad picture. Islam started back in 1784. Islam 642. I mean, if you want to talk about modern Islam, that's completely different. Especially if you've seen over the past 2 years where they found a bunch of the Quranic manuscripts that did not get burnt by the Caliphate or by can't remember the guy's name. And then so that's throwing all kinds of stuff up. And also now that the Iran war happened, they're saying that Muslims only make up 40%, 60% of the Iranian population either are reporting when Iran goes door to door and asks what religion you are, they say 99.5% of everybody in Iran is Islamic, but when they answer digitally, it's only 40%. So people are just saying, because they're scared, they're like, I don't want to die, so I'm saying this. It's crazy, and that's a big problem. I bet you can't say good now. Islam started 1,000 years from now. A guy named Muhammad and his fairy tales, Barbary slave trade. Islam started back in 1784, referring to the beef. Gotcha. Uthman, that's right, Uthman. Islam caliphate on hate and force, propagate hate and force conversion. Well, and the problem is the Muslims that don't do that do not call out the ones they do. Why? Most likely for fear from the ones they do. And I can understand that. It's bad. I don't think they're forcing people, from what I've seen, forcing people to Islam. They won't make them Muslim. Well, I mean, Islam means to submit, and so they're forcing them to submit. So in their eyes, there are. The concept of the veil exists in India only because of Islamic invaders. The Pope created Islam. If you know, you know. Okay, all right.
Their souls. Behind every lawsuit, there's families. Behind every single acre of that land, there are men, women, and children made in the image of God, loved by the Father and bought by the blood of Jesus Christ. And somebody has to go. The Word of God says, how shall they hear without a preacher? And how shall they be sent unless somebody dares to go? Well, hear me and hear me clearly. I'm sent, I'm here, and I'm not turning back. You see, when it comes to Islam, a lot of Christians are welcoming it. They're accepting it as another religion that can make it to heaven. Let's just love everybody. Every pathway, can be a pathway to God, when that is false. The scriptures say that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and there's no one that comes to the Father but through him. You cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven. You cannot truly have experiential knowledge of God, intimacy, relationship with God, unless you go through the atoning blood of Jesus, through the cross that the Lamb was slain on. And this is the gospel message, and this is what Islam and the Quran takes out. It is an antichrist, satanic religion, and the only way that we're going to see people touched and truly know God is if they know about Jesus. And that's why we're out here, man.
Assaults after the girls refuse to convert. There's no such thing as modern Islam. They don't consider what Islamic terrorists, Islamic radicals do Muslims. They're forced to fail. My country got divided in 3 pieces by that reason. And even now they're trying to convert people. Right? Unlike the reliable proof of sexual assault in Britain. What are you talking about, dude? It's not an accurate estimation. I can't play in Poland. No. But Adam. Okay, unreliable proof. How much do you need? If 350,000 is unreliable, what percent of that number do you think is legit? And is that acceptable? Let's see what God said.
Preach this gospel in a place where they're about to invade with a false religion. I don't hate people, but I do hate deception. Let's get it. Perfect. Hey,
right, deception is the problem.
East Plano Islamic Center. They building 1,000 houses. They have their own little city.
What, like they
Muslims?
The Latam. That's just like Irving. It's a big Muslim community over here.
Are you Christian or what are you?
Christian.
Well, so as a Christian, what do you think about that? That they're having
and
their
besides,
own city
why are we associating religion with crimes? Crime is other
everybody got their own religion, so I can't.
The problem they're saying is they're using religion as a guise. The people that aren't following the religion they say they're following as a guise to be able to commit crimes, to make people trust that they're going to be part of a bunch of safe people that are part of a peaceful religion. And then when they get into closed doors, bad things happen because people were lured in under the assumption of peace. So they were lying, and this has been going on for so long that eventually it boiled over, because you've got to control the narrative. And nobody did. This right here is like this saying that now this rape gang stuff. Well, it should never have gotten to that. It's been happening slowly, and Islam, the Muslims, should have controlled the narrative for their religion. They should have said, these guys are not this, they do not this, it says in our book here and here, do not do this. And they didn't do it. And then obviously, do you think all these non-Muslims read the Quran, read the Hadith? No, they didn't. So they were told from these other people what it said. And then the real Muslims didn't control it. We need to give more headspace to God than it needed. Brits are going to get every brown man's threats out thanks to the Pakistanis. What up, Bob? Don't these people commit the assaults back in Pakistan, wherever they come from, because their religion says not to do it to Muslim girls? It has everybody. It doesn't. Everybody has a religion. If one commits a crime, yes, it's going to be associated if when in the media they say that, they connect it, the numbers start going up. And the problem is, like I said, they didn't get denounced. We fought, the small war America fought against the Muslims is what You Don't Touch Our Boats is also all about. The U.S. has the longest standing peace treaty against this alteration. Also kicked Muslims' ass. What about the sexual assaults by the Christians in France? Do you see it as a religion or fake Christians? Obviously fake Christians. That's why Christians denounce these people. This is why Christians say they aren't Christian. They are demons in disguise. And Islam, I've never heard them say that against that. They say what you say. These numbers can't be accurate. That's not good PR. Joleo, amigo. Good people should not have to answer for the bad people in their religion. The bad people aren't in their religion. They're using the name of it to make people think they're safe, and then they're hurting them. The CSA inspect Christians. French saying far lower percentage cap is the Muslims. The Muslims, Eucharist, are 99.5% of all assaults. Listen, if you want to control the narrative, you better discuss it. So now everyone that doesn't know anything about Islam thinks it's part of the religion. Do you see people as fake Christians, but people that Islam? Because Christians say they're fake Christians. Jews say they're fake Jews. Muslims don't say they're fake Muslims. That's my point. I'm telling you where it went. Doesn't Muhammad say you can cheat as much as you can't, but your wife can't? Kind of. Even immigrated population, you just can't. One of the parts of Taikia is you don't have to tell your wife when you're looking for another wife, so it's kind of like that. Even immigrated population is Christian population in France in general. Why would 95% of all this? It's an exaggeration. There's no credit. Right. That's not a good explanation. That's not a good explanation that there's no credible proof. Because what happens, Adam, when credible proof comes up? When credible proof comes to light? And then what would you say? Exactly. They don't preach the true word of their religion, so they should not need to answer to those people. Brother, that's how they're seen. Now you got a bunch of Muslims getting kicked out of the UK, and because they didn't control, they didn't denounce it and say, no, everybody, trust us. This is not Islam. That did not happen. They didn't cheat. No, they can't cheat. Women are allowed to divorce. Now, what he's talking, what he said it wrong, but what it was is you don't have to tell your wife when you're going to look for another wife. I got a lot of Muslim friends, and they don't associate with people killing and forcing. Right, as they should not. Right. Jesus tells them forgive them. Right. You can love them from afar. You know, that's what it's like. Forgive doesn't mean to keep them around. Hello, what up the court? He'll find a way to dodge or otherwise discredit the proof and say it's idiotic thought bubble. Yeah, so definitely have a horrible PR. They don't denounce it because they know it's Islam. I told you to give me a source. You didn't. No. All right, we're not watching this. You guys are going way overboard with this stuff. We got kids coming in here. They do denounce it from my personal experience. I'm talking about publicly. I'm talking about publicly. We're talking about the PR. The PR is the problem. The PR is you have people saying this is Islam, and you don't have Islam getting on the news saying this is not Islam. You do not have that. That's why we're where we are. What up, Tom? There are Orthodox hardcore Muslims. Yeah, right. And that's and absolutely. But no one knows that. No one even knows. And there's a big problem with the Dawa guys saying that there isn't. There's a bunch of these guys that want to be popular on YouTube that say there is only one Islam. There is only one. Because they don't want, when they're trying to convert people, they don't want them to think there's a fractured front. And it's a big problem. And if Islam wants to, they have to. In order, they got to save face. They're going to have to. Instead of just saying, you can't just say, no, this isn't happening. You're Islamophobic. This is what happens when somebody says, why are Muslims doing this? People are like, oh, you're Islamophobic, rather than saying, no, those aren't Muslims. You know, and it's the same thing with the trans community. When trans people do something bad, and the trans community, when you try to say, why does this trans person do that? You say, that's not because they're trans. You're trans. You know, you're a transphobe, and it's just gone too far. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Let's say fair enough. Yeah, it's getting out of hand. It's interesting. What's up, Kraken? You get a different look at the airport, Pakistan. You're a Muslim. Pretty sure he's talking about right. But where do you do the differentiation? Yeah, Buddha doesn't have the best PR either. The hardcore wants you to convert to Islam, and the moderate ones want you. So what's going on? What the problem is there are parts of every religion that have very difficult things to talk about, and as with Islam, as with Christianity, as with Buddhism. When they try to convert people, they only tell them the nice parts. Then they say, take the Shahada. Now you're a Muslim. Now read it. And then people read it, and they're like, oh, you can't leave. You're an apostate. And so it's absolutely, they're doing this to try to, for YouTube views and money. The only respect Sharia, not democracy. Countless major Islamic organizations such as North America. Brother, ND, yesterday, Denmark just kicked out a bunch of Muslims too. Indonesia would disagree. The NOI triangulates, it's very fake. All right, Loretta, Islam pretends to be Christians when they're recruiting. Yeah, and you see videos, they say, we love Jesus just like Christians, but Islam, it's very deceptive. It's very deceptive. And actually, Muhammad Hijab just went on a podcast yesterday saying that he's going to change his ways because he thinks he's pushing people away from Islam. All Semites, really. How about many killings that happened in the name of blasphemy in Pakistan? A Sri Lankan floor manager was killed when his body was burned to cheese, dude. Yeah. Well, all right. Let's find something more interesting to watch. Let's say. Uh-oh. Everyone's leaving New York 34 minutes ago. They have an order to push Islam across the West. They're literally telling us, all right, dude, what's the point of having a blasphemy law at all? I don't know. I have proof Islam. They do the same thing all the time, pretending they're a Christian. It reminds me when the Christians in the past dismember the bodies of the disbeliever. Okay. I don't think, you think they were, so the difference is the Bible doesn't ever say to do that. Right, so the people that are doing that in the name of Christianity aren't Christians. I never saw a news article that even, and brother, yeah, maybe you've heard a story of that, but I'd be very interested in you finding that. I saw in a news article they put locks on graves of young girls. Jeez, I'd be interested in seeing news locks on that too. All right, let's see. I took a homeless man skydiving. I saw it today. Right here. Denmark plans to ban all Islamic call to prayer. Shouldn't sound like a suburb of Islamabad. Daily Mail. Go search the last Muslim name. Not going there. The Bible says that you should chop up non-Christians. No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that. Okay, all right. Let's see. What up, Tony? How's your surgery, brother? That's not the same as kicking out. So what I read is that they were changing the rules in order to try to start pushing out to make it less. What they said was to make it less comfortable for. Nation of Islam says they're Christian, then they come to Islam on the stream and say that if you don't believe in God, they want to do in USA in the Middle East is child marriage. Just because we have a number of criminal Muslims in Denmark does not contradict the fact that many Muslims speak out. No, I'm not saying it does. I'm not saying it does. It says kicking out, not kicking. It says the word ban. There you go. Sorry, my bad. Where do you think they're trying to go? That's what I'm saying. Where do you think they're trying to go with it? They're doing forced education to teach people to speak the language and whatnot. Hey, bam! Thank you, brother. They aren't claiming to be Christians. No, they're claiming Jesus because Isa is in the Quran. Any suggestions on shutting the seagulls up outside? Don't use Alka-Seltzer. Currently, Britain is on the brink of getting Sharia law under their number falling short, but they're out and seeking enchanted magic. This is absolutely going out of control. Britain's people still are the majority, still a long way to go. You're not open with your PR. All right, let's see. Giving chickens their tails back. All right, we'll watch Giving Chickens Their Tails
This video
back.
is sponsored by FlexiSpot. Make sure you check them out at the end of the video.
A couple years ago,
There's a law
I
for
turned
flare guns in the
snakes back
U.S.
into lizards.
The
So
argument
now,
was not meant for
I'm gonna
policies or
turn
religions in the
chickens
countries. I
back
was
into
just answering
dinosaurs.
because you never see Muslims denounced as Muslims. That's not true. I'm talking about publicly, ND. I'm talking about publicly. I was talking about in the media. The absolutely, when something bad happens, you should absolutely be going to your local NBC, ABC, Fox, whatever affiliate and say, we want a press conference saying we are the leaders of the community and we denounce that. They're not doing it. Instead, they say, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just saying that because you're Islamophobic. And that's the rhetoric that's been happening over and over and over again. It's the same thing that they've been used for black people, the same thing that they use for trans and treat people, the same thing they use for gay people, the same thing for Jewish. It's the same thing. If you get called out, you're an anti-Semite, you're a racist, you're a transphobe, you're a Islamophobe, you're a homophobe. It's the same playbook. All right, let's see. Claiming to be they left Islam always a bad, claiming to lay some land on Islam. Yesterday was Shia procession called Muharram. Islam has their own theme each day. They did so much filth and littering on the road. Islam has organized word salad. I thought you said world salad. Muharram is where you are not allowed to marry. It was canceled due to its pretty serious vascular ventricular fibrillation, ventricular tachycardia, issue with my heart. I'm on Emaradon, control my heart rate, which went up to 156 beats per minute with atricular rhythm. Jeez, and the citizens are tired of the BS and hollow names. That's a good question. Well, one of the Muslim Somalis here in Minneapolis assaulted young schoolgirls. His boss wrote a letter to the judge saying he has a tough time. Yes, that's actually true. Yes, let's move on. All right.
This is a dinosaur. Wait, no, I mean, sorry, it is, but like this is a dinosaur from back when they were good. And when they still had tails to help them balance.
By the time you get to chickens, the center of mass has changed. Like, they don't have a tail anymore.
So what you're saying is that chicken's basically a disabled dinosaur.
The word's out. Even anything might call it
not
racist.
even a little.
Yeah,
Turns
right.
out that
Because it
chickens-
got used to death. It got used to death. It got used to stop calling out bad behavior. And the transphobe thing is the one that went way too far, because then you had a bunch of trans people acting really badly in public and online and were being accepted. They had tough childhoods. They had this and that. They just went through surgeries. They're on hormones. You're a transphobe. You should understand what they're going through. And then people are like, no, I don't have to. They're hurting people. Do meditation will help with your numbers, eggs. Or in it, face blue eye, white eyes. It's called a failure to decision, like how the church didn't condone one of their priests for cheating on their wife in Louisiana. Yes, right. If that's the exact type of thing. But the difference is the amount. Not in my name campaign was a public movement. Message to ISIS, that was a public movement letter. Right, you can't do one, ND. I'm talking about when people get raped and people get murdered and people get stabbed in the streets. You don't. They should be doing that all the time, and they should be pushing for education, and they're not. They just don't do it. As I was called, the U.S. people racist, disobeying their own constitution they use against us. Yeah, that's true too.
Are basically disabled dinosaurs. But if you just glue a stick onto a chick's butt,
they just
their
call
body-
them racist. They call that's what they because using the word racist in America can get people fired and whatnot. So they just use it. They're like, stop talking to me. You're a racist. And then it'll go online. This person's a racist. Then somebody will call their job and be like, this person was a racist to a Muslim. And they don't even understand that, Adam. They just use it to get people off their back.
Please remember having tails.
That's
They
why
go
level
back to
brutality have
walking
community.
like T-Rexes. And lucky for
PR
me,
Buddha
I
was
know
a big-
real
Why did
YouTube
you air the
farmers
best
with
play of it?
12 healthy living chickens to experiment on.
One died in infancy. The other one died because it got an infection, and the coyote actually ate them.
Okay, so maybe they're not good farmers, but they do have two of the most disabled chickens I've ever seen.
Two of the most disabled
she watched,
chickens?
8 of her sisters
I got
die
chickens.
by coyote, right? They have zero survival instinct.
Yes, like
They're
the KKK,
bugs.
yes.
Obviously, without some kind of advanced prosthetics, these chickens aren't going to survive long outside. But maybe that's just the natural order of things, and chickens are supposed to get eaten. Or maybe they just need some awesome prosthetic tails. So I reached out to a group of makers that regularly defy the natural.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. What's going to happen is there's a bunch of Islam police force. They're called Islam community something vehicles. They're basically police cars. They drive around making sure people stay away from mosques and whatnot. They are going to need to do citizens arrests on people that claim Islam and break the laws. That's what's going to happen in order to try to save face. According to the echocardiogram, the cardiac sonogram, my heart structure is pretty good in the electrochemical misfire. Yeah, brother. Yeah, I mean that kind of makes sense because with the rest of what's going on, it would seem to be nerve related. Myelin sheath. I go back to that all the time. It's true. But that's good. They just need to serve justice on all criminal people, not just because they have Islamic background. Right. I agree. But the problem is that the governments try to look good by saying things like, well, he had a rough background in Somalia, so we're going to let him out, after a month in jail. And they give much lesser sentences or probation more often, and then people get mad. Another example about crime isn't about religion. Henry Nowak killed by a Sikh. Right, that wouldn't hurt the Islamophobe narrative. No, that's gonna hurt the Sikh narrative. But what I was told originally, I was told it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's funny. So then the problem's not Islam. The problem is immigrants. That's what's gonna be written. So and that's another thing. If the rest of the people that are in countries without documentation, they should all be self-policing. They should all be like, don't ruin this for the rest of us. I keep telling the leaders of Islam, if they want me to their women, they would have to not be on their women, but their women leave free nation. I'm sorry, but I really don't see the point of good people having to answer to bad people for the religion. Because they need the people's help to stay. They're not here legally. And now there's laws being passed to kick them out. Just look at the Afghanistan. Brother, it wouldn't matter in their own, if they were in their home country. They're here on tourist visas, on student visas, well, whatever you want to say. They're not citizens, right? So if they're not citizens, and there's a bunch of other people in the community that are not citizens, and they see the rhetoric going up, they see people marching in the street, people getting mad, people no longer caring about the word Islamophobe or racist and whatever. There's an obvious shift. And they should be like, look. You poo, Grandpa. Well, illegal immigration is a whole other conversation. Well, that's the conversation. They're not trying to kick out the legal immigrants. They're trying to kick out the illegal ones that are doing this. But they came along with it as a package because a lot of the community said, hey, the border's down. We'll give you a place to stay. That's why they're all in groups. It's not like people came in separately and distributed throughout the United States evenly. They grabbed big areas, and then the crime started to go up, and then people started to go crazy. People in India said, they told me in the U.S. they don't like people from Somalia or Nigeria. I've heard Muhammad once said, those who are the best to their wife are the best of men. He did say that, but he also said a bunch of other stuff, dude. We're not gonna get into it. Somalia Somalia have a pirate problem. Right, yes, absolutely, yeah. Iraq, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, etc. They have Sharia police driving around delivering judgments. Right. And so they have something like that here. They're called the Islam. Oh, damn it. Islam community police cars. Yeah, right here. MCP, Muslim Community Police, Muslim Community Patrol. So they go around making sure that mosques are open, that people are praying, but they don't make sure that their people, the people that are represented by them aren't doing bad things. Our laws are different from where we came from. We need to assimilate if the illegal immigrants get deported. They're illegal. That's what's happening, right? Legal immigrants don't want legal immigrants kicked out, right? Because they're part of their community. Just any community, they got local businesses that these people, legal and illegal, go to. They go to their businesses. They patronize their businesses. They make their money, and it makes their community bigger. It makes their vote bigger. The more people that are going to vote, to keep the people in power you want to keep in power in your local government. It's definitely 100%. Oh, well, the Quran definitely doesn't say you have to be nice to your wife. I had a conversation with a black woman who said she did a plural marriage with three men. She didn't like it at all. How much? At very least, the Quran doesn't promote respecting women. I'm not talking about kicking anyone out of their countries. Once again, I answered your question about Muslims. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, they turn us against them. They turn into an us against them thing. And it's not that at all, right? Where did she live? Where did she live? My arguments was never pointed towards illegal immigrants. Right. Well, that's what the conversation was about why we ended up where we're at. Debate me. Drinking the cops, the African Sharia law. Why didn't she just divorce him? Was it a financial problem? Who knows? We don't got all that data. All right.
Order. Okay, wait, before you go, just hear me out on this. Wow. I really like your muzzle.
Thank you.
What does it say?
Good girl.
It turns out that furries have been strapping tails onto animals that lost their tails for decades now, and they're really good at it.
That moves like really, really nicely.
So it's basically made of foam. Make sure you leave gaps in the middle, and that's what makes this articulation.
These articulated fursuit tails use foam segments with a flexible core to move basically like real animal tails. And they're so comfortable to wear that I don't even want to admit how good this feels.
Go, Alan.
I thought they were putting
It's not my birthday, so I modeled a chick.
Oh, she sees the worm. Did you see how she's walking? That looks like a dinosaur.
You're doing it. She's doing it. Sound like they yelled at her. What about the thing about the CCP capital punishment, man?
It reminds me, like, one of my favorite movies growing up was the...
Dude, that stuff is freaking crazy. It's so crazy that they're like right out front of the court, and as soon as they get sentenced to death, they go get in a van or put to death in the van on the way to the morgue. It's freaking nuts. It's a separate problem. But law enforcement would help. Yeah, absolutely. A few countries are in the pipeline for earthquake. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be rough. I've been listening the whole while, and the conversation was right. But why did we get there? That was the point. That's where we got there. We got there from why we got to this point where people are starting to push out the illegal migrants. And that's because of we started talking. You missed the point about the. I don't want to go back into it. You can rewind it, but the point about the rape investigation thing, and then that how like if he was saying that the numbers aren't true or aren't substantiated, and the point is it wasn't the Muslim community did not come out and say no. They said you're being Islamophobic. And that's what I was talking about. That in particular, it was a catastrophe. I blame it all on the first. Richard, I just got the book The Islamic Dilemma by Christopher Frost. Highly recommend it. And never mind, I'll check it out. Never mind, I think I'm religious and the conflict and bad bias. Yeah, we'll pass it. We'll go by. You can't deny the efficiency is incredible and the message it sends is loud. Talks about abortion and circumcision. We should consider the tightening down the death row inmates. Said the president. China's on the right track, but China don't play around. And I tell you what, by the end of this decade, a lot of countries aren't going to be playing around. We've already got 2 more states in America just in the past month that brought the death penalty back. No, it hasn't, dude. Have you been told that? Look, I'm not going to get into it with you now, Adam, but it has not been refuted. If someone told you it has, they lied to you. It's still one of the most used things. The Quran tells you to go by. The Quran even says, if you get confused, go to the people of the book. And then it says go by the people of the book and the gospel and the Torah. So if you have any issues with the Quran, to go to a Christian or a Jew. And then but then if you compare the 3 books, they conflict with each other. Like an emote sounds like she has been able to leave on her own. They didn't want to abuse her. She didn't say.
Oh, Godzilla, and it kind of looks like that.
That's crazy. All right, let's say I meant the original gospel before the fabrication. Look at the context. Brother, you can't, we know it hasn't been. Why would Allah tell you to use a corrupted, fabricated book? Pakistan was not happy with the peace treaty between the USA and Iran. It's not happy. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it, yeah. Could the dodo still be alive on Martarias? This will ruin Barack Obama. Dun, 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 dun. The soul of our ancestors from here to America, synthesized cheese. Do we want to watch the beginning of the some people in Islam will have no idea. So every religion, Christians, Jews, most 90% or more, 99% do not read their source material. Absolutely do not read their source material. Dude, my best friend is a Muslim, and he doesn't read the source material. Sauropods. I'm not Christian or Muslim, but I don't understand why people feel the need to disprove other religions. Brother, it's a centuries old battle. It's a centuries old battle because both are claiming God. It's not the centuries old battle. That's not for the Xena. Not the grape. What happens? The treaty, they were willing the U.S. to attack Pakistan, so in return they lost the cash. Oh, you're talking about the Iran. Okay. So once the treaty happens, they will willingly want U.S. to attack Pakistan in return. That's what Israel wants, or that's what Iran wants. I'm no longer with Angela. Why does it have to be battle, though? Does both religions say respect your neighbor? Yes, but also both religions tell you to help them find God. So the Quran tells you to convert Christians and Jews and non-believers, and the Bible says that you should go out and convert also. It's the way they say to convert that are different. And they do find you're a noob. You need to read a lot. Yes, extremists exist. That's and that's what I'm saying. This is where it goes back to. It goes back to PR, because you've got a bunch of very popular people on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, Facebook that do not know their source material. And so they just want to get converts in everything from Christianity, Judaism, and they do not know their source material. So that when someone that does know their source material comes on a debate, so it looks bad, and then it makes people question their faith. So it's very messy. It's very messy. The world functions in chaos. I agree. I feel bad the female leadership of the USA and free nations have to talk to buffoons who are part of the... Jeez, brother. Trust me, I've been reading. It does not mean that people agree with the people. It's all right. It takes a long time. It'll take you a good year. More than that, probably. Notorious. All three women... arrested for Carmelo. No, we ain't gonna watch that. We ain't gonna watch that. Jeez. The shortest woman in the world, 2 feet tall. Do we want to watch the shortest woman in the world? We're all extremists. You can relate if you come from an analysis from extremist behavior as Adam is a rape. I don't know why Xena is, nor why bloody care. All right, let's see. Let's see where we're at here. Don't you think it's insane that YouTube sent people from the USA to have adversary nations on their internet? I mean, if you want to take a swing at the ball, your chance up at bat, I guess, give them a chance. I love people. I love good people and hate bad people. Their religion could. Right. I agree. I absolutely agree. And the big problem now is what the press that's happening now, that a lot of people, you needed a lot of people's agreement to say that this mass immigration thing was good, and they're losing that support. The fact that you don't know, it's also sex, not schmacks. Pre-booked. You pre-booked GTA 6? Rich, you missed my comment that Adam replied to. Well, you know what rape is? We don't know what Xena is, nor do I bloody well care that one. It's called murder, not murder. The witnesses are Xena sexual actions like sex before marriage, not rape. All right, let's see. Let's find something fun to watch. We'll argue later. There'll be plenty of time to argue, guys. Plenty of time. We're all going to live long, healthy, fruitful lives. The religion people call sex, schmex. The religious people call... okay, so I wonder, is it that, or is it because, like, YouTube used to, like, ban your videos and stuff? Like, I remember, like, rape, like, people changed that to grape because, like, it was during the Biden administration, you would get... It was part of, like, the ban block thing. But I don't know. I don't know if I've ever. I don't hang out with enough religious people. Like, let's talk sex about much religious people. All right, let's say raising a family of mud skippers. I outsmarted pro thieves, car thieves, sandpaper at the atomic level. 13 Democrats in Congress just switched to Republicans. No, I'm not getting into that either. TikTok dings for usage of sex, they call it schmecks. It also throws you out of the algorithm. Yeah. Gas. Cows fully understand us. Did you guys see my video? Anybody see my video? Let's say this woman, dude, took violence. It's the lowest form of consciousness. Yeah.
Wow, what a nice trophy. You can put that in your office. Oh, wait. Fired after.
So this woman was a J.P. Morgan Chase DEI executive making $250,000 a year. She went to the Knicks game, got hammered, and dumped the trash out on a Manhattan street of a commemorative trash can. And then stole the trash can and then got on the bus with the trash can home, and then she got fired from her $250,000 a year job for stealing a trash can. YouTube bot. She could have bought she could have, absolutely, and she didn't need to dump all the trash out everywhere. But people like her get what they have been able to get what they want for like 12 years. Everything, like absolutely. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, she ruined her career. The one that stole the trash can. Yeah. She just dumped. I got the video of it somewhere around here. Let's see. Trash can, J.P. Morgan. Yeah, look at this. Oh, that's AI. Okay, hold on. Here, that's her on the train with it, throwing out gang signs. I don't give a crap, bitch. What you gonna do? I don't care. If you're talking about you think you are a 2-bit lying dog, whatever you asshole. Jeez, dude. Prefer I say the bad repair like it. Damn, dude. Calm down, everybody. Calm down. Notice how you use ad hominem instead of addressing my argument. Yeah, calm down, everybody. Calm down. All right, I want to see her. Here we go. There's her dumping it out. Yeah, we're not gonna get into that. You guys are all going wackadoodle. All right, let's see. You're going to have to get you a shirt or a hat. Going wackadoodle. She did it. She stole it. Oh, to get fired? I seriously doubt it, dude, because she only had like 2 jobs before that. And it was because the company that she was in before that got bought. And part of the contract was to make her a DEI executive because they were going to fire her. So that and J.P. Morgan needed a DEI. Behave yourself. Okay, let's see. Everybody, love y'all. All right, let's see. Tiffany Billion spins for hours. 1 blade. Real men don't poop. No nails, no wood. White dispossession. The tiniest girl in the watch, 45 minutes long. I ain't staying up that much longer. Yeah, we're all friends here. We're all gonna get everybody to Jesus. All right, let's see. No beds. Why ancient humans slept standing up. Let's watch that.
I'd try him out doing it if he wasn't a body. It's the middle of the night.
He just went through surgery and he's on heart medication. I don't want him to get all angry.
And you are completely, gloriously unconscious. This is normal. This is what sleep looks like. This is what every mattress ad, every hotel, every pillow with a 47-step memory foam patent has trained you to believe is the one correct way for a human body
I wish you guys
to
could
power
see
down.
my bed.
Now I want you to imagine telling that to someone
I don't
from 400
sleep
years
laying
ago.
flat.
They would
I
look
sleep
at you
sitting
like
up,
you'd lost
like
your mind.
sloped.
Because for an enormous chunk of human history,
here in India, a man
lying
got
down
killed by her
flat to
fiance
sleep,
to avoid
the
the
thing you do every
marriage.
single night without a second thought.
Here in India, a man got killed by her fiance to avoid the marriage, and that too for a boyfriend is kind of a jeez.
Was not the default. It wasn't even necessarily the goal.
No, absolutely not. No, you never gonna understand women.
Staggering number of our ancestors slept propped up, half sitting, reclined against bolsters, wedged into short wooden boxes.
Tony, we got children in here,
would
brother.
absolutely wreck your neck today. And the deeper you dig into this, the stranger it gets.
Don't get baited.
Because the question stops being, how did they sleep, and becomes something much weirder. Why would a human being choose to sleep sitting up? That's the story today. Not a myth, not a fun fact you half remember from somewhere. A genuine,
we're gonna learn how to sleep,
slowly unraveling historical mystery about the single most ordinary thing you will do tonight.
Brother.
And by the end of this, I promise you are going to look at your own bed differently. Let's start with the thing nobody tells you about beds. The flat, horizontal, lie down and sprawl bed that you own. That's
Tony,
new.
enough. Tom,
That's
enough. He did an
luxury.
MBS in a foreign country for $120,000.
It was not a guaranteed object. It was a pile of straw, a mat on a dirt floor, a shared platform, a bench, a corner. And in a shocking number of those situations, lying fully flat was either uncomfortable, dangerous, or just not how it was done. Here's where it gets interesting. Walk into a museum
and
that's
her boyfriend's father was
medieval
running a
or
grocery
early modern
shop.
European home, and one of the first things that confuses people is the
sleeping
beds.
with the horses.
They're short, disturbingly short.
Dude.
Tourists look at them and
hold on. Her boyfriend's father was running a grocery store. She didn't want to get married, so she killed him.
Go, wow. People back then
like she
were
was
tiny,
too
and that
afraid
explanation
to
gets
confront
repeated
him
everywhere.
to say, I
People
don't
were
want to get
just
married.
smaller.
So instead
Case
she confronted him to
closed.
kill him.
Except, no.
And the
People in
groom
medieval
owned a realty,
period
so he
were
was
not
rich.
That small. Skeletal evidence shows the average height wasn't dramatically different from ours. A medieval adult would not fit into one of those beds lying flat any more than you would. So if the people weren't tiny, why were the beds so short? One answer, argued by historians who study this stuff seriously, is almost absurdly simple. The beds were short because people weren't lying down flat in them. They were sleeping propped
Rich,
up,
it was most
half
likely an
sitting,
arranged marriage.
leaning back against a mound of pillows and bolsters, their torso raised.
Keaton Agwell murder case. Oh, just happened. It just happened.
Now shifting our focus to India, Maharashtra government may set up a special investigation team to conduct a probe into the murder of Pune businessman Ketan Agarwal.
Adam,
Agarwal's
stop it,
fiancée,
brother.
Sia Goyal and her alleged lover Chetan Chaudhary stand accused of pushing Ketan into a gorge of the Lohagarh fort in Pune on June 18th. Amid the probe, the family of accused Sia Goyal have broken their silence. Sia's father, Praveen Goyal, has called for strict action against the culprits, even if his own daughter is found guilty. Contesting the claims made by Sia that she had expressed her displeasure over the marriage to her parents, he said that Sia was happy and the wedding was always spoken about with Ketan and his family.
One day we're all sad, one day we're all angry. Definitely lacks B12.
ये जिसने जो भी ये किया है उसे सख्त से सख्त सजा मिले और जैसे हमारा केतन जिस किले से गिरा है इसमें जो भी आरोपी पाया जाए उसमें भले मेरी खुद की बेटी क्यों ना हो उसे भी
Oh, so he's in the hospital now, I guess?
Sia's mother also described Ketan as a good boy and said her daughter should be given the strictest punishment if she is found guilty.
अगर किसी का इसमें दोष हो तो उसे सख्त से सख्त सजा होनी चाहिए चाहे उसमें मेरी बेटी भी हो अगर मेरी बेटी का दोष निकले तो जहां से केतन जी को गिराया गया या जो गिरे हैं वहां से ही उस दोषी को गिराया जाए.
How did she kill him?
Meanwhile, the Pune police is probing a CCTV footage that has emerged of the two accused. Investigators say that accused Hyaa Goyal met her boyfriend Chetan Chaudhary at a cafe in Pune hours before pushing her fiancé off the fort in Maharashtra and plunging him to his death.
She pushed him
CCTV
off
footage
a
shows the couple
bridge.
sitting in a cafe and engaged in discussion.
I'd be loyal if I was being light up women, I guess. I could bloody care what.
Allegedly conspired the murder of victim Ketan Agarwal. According to police, during the discussion, they identified specific locations on the fort from where Ketan could be pushed. In the afternoon, Hyaa took Ketan to Lohagarh Fort in
and then pushed him off the bridge.
Range, while Chetan followed them separately on the 3 to 4 hour trek. According to the police, the pair pushed Ketan from behind into the gorge. Hyaa later told Ketan's family that he had slipped during the trek. Investigators say the 20-year-old Hyaa had repeatedly tried to bring Ketan to Lohagarh Fort, which stands at around 3,300 feet above sea level. On May 31st, the couple visited the fort.
What a freaking liar. If you take a look around, you may notice people turning robots void of independence. No, absolutely. Absolutely.
On June 14th,
absolutely.
Goyal
Gone.
again persuaded Ketan to go, and during that visit,
absolutely.
she allegedly tried to push him off a cliff. Ketan managed to hold on to a bush. When he asked Hyaa why she pushed him, she claimed that there had been a snake and suggested she helped protect him.
She had to protect him. Oh, she was cheating. She was cheating, and she didn't want him to find out. The collective timeline. Yep, a bunch of strange behavior going on. Damn. So she was cheating, and she wanted to protect him from finding out that she was cheating. So she pushed him off a cliff. Jeez, dude. Man. Jeez, what a freaking man. Dog, over 100 dogs found dead with bullet holes. Jeez. How humans accidentally created pigs. Bad decisions with DEI will get her hired elsewhere, right? Listen, I don't know, dude. That's pretty much, I think there's federal law against that now. Like, I think, like it's because it was unconstitutional. You can't say you can't hire white people because there's not enough black people. You can't hire black people because there's not enough black people. You can't hire whatever. You can't do that. It's in our Constitution. It's in our Bill of Rights. You cannot do that, and they've been doing it. So the thing is, when the Democrats had enough seats, they would pass these laws, just push them through, and then you have to wait. They're in effect until it gets to the Supreme Court, right? So they're pushing through. The manager mod. It's time that he's definitely not Jewish. I wasn't wheeling and dealing cacti. I didn't want to do it, but both didn't listen to the host 5 times in a row. He needs a chill break. Now we know who the boss mod is. What up, Subnon? Yeah, dude. Wheeling and dealing the cacti. Making it happen. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Why are the only stewardesses I can see on the flights clearly home? Same thing. Also, women in India married 4 times to support good lifestyle. Married and divorced, asked for an alumni. Then she eat, sleep, repeat. End up with a swanky flat and 2 German cars. What's the big idea? Yeah, I mean, it's a very feminine job. It's a very feminine job. Now we know who to behave proper in front of. Woman, just competing with men nowadays. Yeah. Let's move on. Okay, let's see. Why light is electromagnetic. I want to go to New York just to hear a random person say, I'm walking here. You might not hear it anymore, brother. When Indy not around. When the cat's away. Donna Drake, the woman who fooled Hollywood. Do not explore. Jeez. Reckless Ben, how the ancient Chinese use self-correcting rudders. People say I'm drunk but have a rare condition, auto brewery syndrome. I want to pot it. Probably not right now, brother. I'm ending the stream. If you want to come back tomorrow, we could do it earlier, but I'm not gonna listen to a whole album right now. I'm gonna watch something and go to bed in about 15 minutes. Let's see. How does a spacesuit work? Slugs. You'll have to sign the NDA to party with us. Okay, where am I at here? All right, I don't want to do that. It's a scam. ND says he'll sign it. 3 members of the Free Carmelo team arrested. Definitely don't want to get into that right now. This will ruin Barack. Uh-oh. This is a lie. Why Dubai's can't heat? Prince of Persia revolutionized. Overfed Dachshund gets a second chance at life. Oh, DeWalt. Keep glazing me. Supercapacitor wind-up plane. SpongeBob. Episodes that changed the world. Why the steroid Olympics failed. Passengers had to restrain pilot. Jeez. Boss mod. Knocking down hurdles. Banned technique. All right, we'll watch this. Man, the world's shortest man.
Option. He's 23 years old and stands at just 2 feet tall. Despite his positive attitude, even the smallest of tasks can be a big inconvenience.
Indians ruin telefocus. I'll never forget Richard is the boss
rejected by schools and denied job opportunities because of his height. So what is life really like in a world designed for people 3 times his size? To find out, I'm heading to Afshin's village in western Iran to spend a day in his shoes.
We've been driving for 2 whole days across Irani Kurdistan, and we have finally arrived.
Dude, he's probably famous as all hell. He's probably super well paid.
Small town of Bukhan, where no tourists ever come.
I guess we'll find out.
Man lives in a small village about
how did Drew Binsky find out about this guy? This is one of these types of things. How did Drew even find out this random 2 foot tall dude in Iran exists? Like,
and his family, we're about to roll up, and this is for sure going to be one of the most emotional and interesting stories that I've ever told.
Kurdistan is an unofficial region that stretches across parts of Turkey, Iraq, Syria, and right here
we'll see.
The Kurds are actually the largest ethnic group in the world without a country of their own. And as it turns out,
how do you find this guy in the first place?
I don't know his exact
step on the guy's 2 feet tall. You'd like knee him in the scalp. I mean, the skull.
And hopefully, someone can point us in the right direction.
We've just entered the village. Now we got to find his house. Let's ask. We can't find the house, so we're asking around. A little bit of chaos here trying to find the house.
Even if you know of him, you probably can't be seen by the blade of grass.
Okay, a little bit of a chaotic entrance to find his house, but I think we found it. We forgot his dad. Salam. Khubi, alaikum salam. Yeah. Khubi. Khubi. Nice to meet you.
Look at them pants, dude. He's like, my son's so short, I gotta make up for it by pulling my pants up to my freaking rib cage. Dude would actually get lost in a field of tall grass. I bet you have to call his phone to find out where he is in the room.
That's very, very kind. He's very genuine. Hello. Why do they touch their face?
You actually put the hand on the eyes. We have an expression in some parts of
Don't let him in a cornfield. You never see him again. I got frozen shoulders.
Our eyes.
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
You're most welcome.
That sucks. The fact that none of these Muslims know Drew is doing a miracle. They bent over backwards to satisfy a brave dude. Hey, he's undercover.
Right there where we just came from. Dude, it's beautiful up here.
Yeah.
They're like, what's your last name? He's like, I don't have one.
Salam. Hey, buddy. Salam. How are you? Khubi? Khubam.
Salam
This is
Afshin.
He's got a gold chain on his
Thank
neck.
you.
I mean, on his wrist.
So I came here. I just
Jeez, I
want
said
to
neck.
meet
I said,
you
we're
and
looking at his
hang out
wrist.
and spend a day in your life. So whatever you want to do, I'm interested in.
And like he didn't plan ahead. He said, "Hey, let's just do a day in your life." He's like, "Well, dude, actually, I ain't gotta," you know, like, he didn't plan it
Thank you.
ahead.
This is that I'm okay.
You like the Los Angeles Lakers basketball?
He's the opposite. He's like more like golf.
And your village is really, really beautiful. Like the
I'll
views
dig
of
the
mountains,
hole.
you can see Busan. It's like really nice.
He says that Kurdistan is beautiful, but unfortunately, the facilities and equipment is not that much here.
All right, Option's gonna give me a little tour inside of his house. It's really, really nice in here. It's very white. A lot of rugs. What does a day in your life look like?
There's specific Muslim countries that have a blast till you last.
Sometimes they
I'm
do
sure.
some
Yeah.
videos together.
Blast
for
till you
their
last,
page.
baby. Oh, he's got
And
a
he plays with
Instagram.
the neighbors and friends around.
My
He
favorite
loves
game.
Harry,
His
but
favorite
his
game is
dad
hide and
doesn't
seek.
agree with that.
I always win. Joe actually went one of the most honest mosques in Islam, Medina, without any issues.
Have his own house.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing that one. I think I watched that one. I think I also watched. I think maybe it wasn't Drew that went to. Damn it, can't remember. I don't think it was. I got to skip out of my mind. I think I saw it. I think it was when they also they slept in the desert. They drank coffee till like 4 o'clock in the morning. Was that the same one, Prod? I'd like to see him next to Shaquille O'Neal, brother. I think Shaquille O'Neal has 18-inch feet. I think, and this guy's 24 inches tall. So like. That like this dude's almost as tall. Like if Shaquille O'Neal laid down with his feet facing up, the dude was only a few inches taller than his shoe. Yeah, that was another famous guy that cried just by getting next. Yeah, okay, I remember. Yeah, Drew wouldn't have any issues doing a piece of mosque or anything. Muslims they have a minute of research, otherwise he's liberally slanted. Oh, sure.
We're just chilling in his living room. Mom's walking by. Ladies are cooking in the back. And cool.
He's also
one guy.
he's one of them Netanyahu hating liberal Jew.
Made it for him.
Jeez, dude.
It's out of shot. Cute.
Damn.
And he's off.
So he's still taller than the guy still laying down. Right. Yeah. Yes. Right. Let's see. Let's see. How many inches is Shaquille O'Neal's feet? All right. Never mind. 13 and a half. Size 22. I could have swore somebody said 16 or 18. Really? I could have swore it was bigger than that. Largest foot in the world. Disagree, Medina, Mecca, as the holiest cities in Islam have been open to mess. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Largest feet is 1 feet 3.6 inches. Okay, so 16 inches. Shaq's Shaq's gut would definitely be it. Yeah.
Let's go. Befama. He says, let's go.
Okay, I'm coming.
Begu Befama. Let's.
He waits for me to get up. See that? He doesn't move till I get up. Okay, let's go.
Man, can you imagine? I'm 6'4". He's 2 feet tall. I have no mouth and I must scream.
Sits on a rug and just hangs out. It's really chill.
Did they say how old he was?
In Turkish Kurdistan, I met Sultan Kosan, who's the world's tallest
Loki
man.
feel. Yeah. I mean,
he likes to meet.
let me see if I can find how old he is and stuff here. Let me see. Afshin, 2 feet tall here. Doesn't say his age. That's odd. I think they said it was 23. Let me see. World short. Uh, 2002. So he's 24. Yeah, I was right about. We were 24. So yeah, July 13th. So he just turned. Oh no, he'll be 20. He'll be 24 next month. 2 feet 1.68 inches tall, 6 kilograms, 14.3 pounds. How much could he possibly eat? His turds are probably like rabbit turds. You remember when Mike Tyson picked up a grown-ass small person like a baby? Yeah, I remember that. How's blah? I'm pretty sure he said his age was when he introduced. Okay, I missed it. I don't know if it's discomfort or now automated cope mechanism to see him laugh at anything is even appropriate. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't seem to be in pain, and he seems to be enjoying himself. 8 foot 3 inches, 2 feet 1.6 inches. He's got 2. Okay, that's how he found out about him. I actually wonder about
alive, measured at 2 feet 1 inches.
Brother,
and the
listen,
other one, it's the smallest hands on a human.
He's got all the muscle movement, everything. He can smile, he can talk, he can move his fingers to bend all of his joints. Obviously, think and speak. So I mean, maybe he couldn't. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows these days, right? He's got to treat large dogs. Absolutely, he's better stay away from large dogs. The dog thing's crazy. Yes, absolutely. It's absolutely crazy. Could you imagine being run off? Like, dude, he's 14 pounds, less than 14 and a half pounds. A big dog, a decent sized dog could grab him and haul full speed run with him. He has some bone deformities and mentally he seems there, but you never know. Yeah. Maybe you're spending your life subject to curiosity rather than being addressed as equal. He probably never gets treated as equal. He might get treated as a rock star. Tiger, yeah, done, dude. A tiger would be looking for his twin brother. He'd be treated like a small man. He'd definitely be a small snack. Oops.
Kubi. Could you tell me a little bit about Kurdish culture and what does being Kurdish mean to you?
It says that we are all Iranian. There doesn't matter that they are sect in religion they are following. We are just like brothers and we are human.
So it sounds like they're not nationalistic for Kurdistan.
Exactly.
Option, what does it mean for you to be Kurdish?
They're not nationalistic, so I guess they're not big fans of Iran, I guess. 5'7", and he gets to be sometimes.
I think Kurdish people are some of the nicest.
You got to pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Let's hope his condition doesn't affect his willie, brother. Listen, I'm guessing there ain't nothing going on now. I'm guessing that a lot of times when someone's viability for reproduction isn't there, their body doesn't put a lot of energy into creating the sex organs properly. Is inbred? I just have bad genetics. It's a good question. I mean, I would guess if it was bad genetics, it would probably be there would be multiple short people, and he doesn't have what you think he would have. What I think is it's probably interfamilial or like close cousin, because it's not like he's got a full-size skull and chest and short arms and legs. His whole body is just like got to one rate and then stopped. Like his growth plates just stop. So it's like HGH, human growth hormone, stopped being produced. And that's a big thing that they're fighting. I mean, even in Alabama, in areas of the world where cousin marriage is okay, isn't a taboo. That's one of the big things you gotta fight. Like that's why a lot of places in the world don't allow it. But yeah, you gotta. But I mean, like I said, he doesn't have dwarfism. I mean, let's see what they call it. That might be a different offset of dwarfism. Not cool, dude. Sorry. Let's see if it says what he has. Because of his size, skull, he's known for his outgoing. Let's see. He's okay. So he holds a Guinness Book of World Records of smallest hands on a living person. So the whole from this finger from the end of your palm to your tip of your finger thing about the ding, ding. So he's got the smallest hands on a human person. That means like a baby, a child. His hands are smaller than a newborn's. I don't think it's full size. So no, it's not. It absolutely isn't. No. Let's see if it says what it is. Let's see what it said. Biography. They studying. They said he stopped studying his physical condition, but the support from the Iranian National Records Committee was able to say he's the smallest man in Iran and the world's smallest living man, the smallest living man in the world. So he's got two. He's got smallest man in the world, smallest living man in the world, and the world's smallest hands. They said in 2023 he would play the lead role in a Kurdish film called iPhone 14. Bro, imagine stabilizing your body with a normal head that size. Right, yeah, he wouldn't have enough neck muscles. I wonder if the regime pays for his caretaking team or had that role. Well, it looks like he's famous, brother. It looks like he's famous. He's going to be the lead role in a Kurdish film in 2023. Yeah. Always having to look up when someone's looking over. Yeah, what up, Mayo? Jesus is my gardener. What's up, Mayo Shelf? The funniest looking mic I've ever seen. Thank you. Here's my microphone. Alexis.
What's going on here is they offered to cook us dinner, and we were like, no, we can take you out somewhere.
What if
and
he
now
was
they're
saying
insisting that we
before he was famous, the second half of that comment
go
said,
to the market and buy food.
Yeah, and the gentleman said, no way, that everything is available at home. You don't need to do that. And
before he was famous, shortest man biography, he stopped studying because of his physical condition. But with the support provided by the Iranian National Records Committee, he was able to record the national record for the smallest. So the Iranian Registration Committee helped the Guinness Book of World Records register him, but it doesn't say anything about how he's funded. I'm guessing he doesn't eat much. Sorry. All right. Flour or vegetable. I don't know. They didn't mention that yet. OBS. Yeah. OBS. I don't think so, unless there's a little bit of it's extremely short, man. Hey, who knows? They might have another shorty in the village.
Hospitality here, Option, if you could say any message to Americans and anybody watching this video.
Yeah, all right. There he goes. Boom. Want to go to the USA. I love America.
As the family gets ready to cook, we have some free time. So Option wants to take me around his neighborhood.
So the Iranian registration helped certify him nothing about how he's supported. Now it doesn't say. Dude must have been helped by his family before NGOs are fame.
We're rolling around town.
Yeah. It doesn't say.
He keeps giggling. All right, we just made it to the main part of town.
Dude, I wouldn't trust kids around him to kick them. The way he swings with every step, yeah. He's trying to get some extra leverage.
Hey, look at this. Look at this. It shoots a ball.
Had a boy.
Breaks his legs. He's 20. He'll be 24 July 17th. Oh, July 23rd. 24. Yeah, 24 July 17th.
Oh, Ronaldo.
Kids, yeah, right. Yeah. And probably kick him right into the afterlife.
Chris Ronaldo. You know that when he scores goal,
he does that.
That's like this.
You like Ronaldo.
Rough stuff, Dorjeen.
Tell me about Option. You live in the same village, so what's he like?
They think that he's really cute and he's really fun,
cute.
And he's a very nice guy.
It's a nice seat you got there. Best seat in the house.
Damn, can you imagine being
23 years old
and still being carried around like a infant.
They
kind of called. It's kind of after they called Drew boy. Call him boy. 6 killer grams. I'm sure he gets all that all the time. Treated by the young talent. Yeah.
Like that. Finally,
Chat display is cool. So I use OBS and I use Social Stream Ninja, which logs into your YouTube, Twitch, Kick, whatever you've got, and it'll grab the chat and then it'll give you a dashboard that shows you the chat from all three or whatever you're using, and then you can click on the ones you want to respond to. Yeah. So OBS and then Social Stream Ninja. If you got any questions, Alex or Alexa, I'm guessing it's Alex. If you want to join the Discord, I'll answer any questions you want. If you need some help setting up a stream account or whatever.
4 centimeters and 6.5.
It's kind of a pain in the butt, so I could save you probably a couple hours.
When he was born for you,
no
and your
problem,
family. So
no
tell me
problem,
about
no problem.
How you
Is it
felt
compatible
and
with kick and roll?
maybe
Yes,
some of the struggles
yes.
that you had
Yep.
growing up.
Are you speaking from experience?
The main difficulty was
No,
that
you're not
when
blocked,
they
Tony.
understood the situation,
you don't
the
want
way
to know.
cure him was really expensive. They spent 10 months out of 12 months of a year mostly in hospitals and clinics. And the problem was that they used to live in a village far from everywhere. So they didn't receive any support from the organization. They have to pay everything from their own pocket.
But did they ever find out the reason why that he was born so small?
The doctors told them that's the main problem was because of genetic problems, because he and Afshin's mother, they were close relatives married.
Bam.
Oh, really? So
yeah,
it's
actually,
incest.
yeah.
So he married his cousin.
Yeah, cousin.
When you were growing up, some of the schools here in town, I heard, didn't allow you to go there, and you had a lot of difficulties, like kind of mingling with the other people. So tell me about some of the hardships you had growing up.
They took him to a school, but unfortunately they didn't accept, that actually. But now when they moved to this village, the teachers
as the ball,
they teach him. So now he has graduated from second grade. And this year, in September, he goes to the third.
So when I left the movie industry to do YouTube full time, I went around to all my neighbors and I told them all, anything you would pay somebody else for, I'll do. And so I do odd jobs and handyman stuff. And then, what's up, Kendall? All right, let me go get my cat in real quick.
His classroom mates are like 10.
The teacher takes him to the office and teaches him privately.
Afshin, what are some of your hopes and dreams and goals as you get older?
He says that he wished that he could start earlier to learn his lessons. Mm-hmm. He's sad that he couldn't start earlier his school.
Nice, I like that.
She says that he's really talented. He that immediately remembers and memorizes the phone number, for example. Yeah.
Tell me about Afshin.
She says that he regularly goes and visits his place, his family. She says that most of the people of the village, they really love him. The people of the village call him Muhammad.
Because he's like the prophet?
So they're assuming it was genetic problem because of incest, but no tests were done to get any actual diagnosis. What's up, Kendall? Did they study him? I think that's what they gave him as an excuse. How come his family didn't get some tests done? But I'm unsubscribed and canceled. Sorry to hear that, Tony, brother. Sorry to hear that, Tony. Probably because no Western NGO had picked it up on it yet, or for whatever reason. Well, if they know about his Guinness Book of World Records and whatnot, I'm sure they did. So you would figure that the NGOs and whatnot would definitely know about it. I don't. I'm sure they would be given the opportunity. Yeah, everybody, calm down.
A random house in the village. Thank you.
And she says that he is very good in memorizing things.
All right, I'll send you an email, brother.
Smart to people, and everybody loves him here.
It's really nice to see how well received he is among the community. Everybody that sees him really likes him, speaks really highly of him, and it's a really amazing village that he lives in. Everyone's super friendly. It's difficult for Afshin to walk more than a few steps, so he kind of just latches on. It's what he's used to, and we're cruising around village right now. There's not a whole lot going on. It's kind of a sleepy town, but nice people everywhere. Friendly faces. Salam. Salam, salam. They call him Muhammad.
Robert, you have a better understanding of the internet than many of the boomers. You are still, but you are, you have an understanding of the internet of many of the boomers, but you are also painfully boomerish. I just saw you getting. Fail last. Yeah, I'm not a boomer. I'm not. I'm a Gen X. 49, January 10th, 1977. Holding him. A light baby. I know, right? You thought the exact same thing. Yeah, he'll be 24. I believe it was July 17th, I think was the date. Let me see. July 13th. July 13th, he'll be 24.
I need help.
He said that they asked where you are from, and he said you are from United States of America, and they said that tell him welcome to our place.
Merci. Behind us is one of the only shops in the whole town. Afshin, pick out some things that we can bring to home.
He likes watermelon.
Watermelon, let's go. How is this a watermelon?
This is different types of watermelon.
I've never seen a watermelon.
He's
like
bigger
this.
than a watermelon.
All right. Tell him whatever
yeah,
you like.
I'll email him,
What do you want? What do you want? Choose whatever you want.
Thank you.
That one. Okay.
Dude, like, I can't imagine how small his stomach might be. There's no way he's eating that whole snack and then drinking that whole can. Like, that's 12 ounces. So that's almost a pound of fluid. And probably a quarter pound, no less than a quarter pound. Yeah, maybe like a quarter pound of snack cake. Jeez.
It's just small. That's it. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
You know Afshin?
Yes, I know.
Tell me about him.
He's just small, but he's so
He's
smart.
just small. He's even got small
he plays
teeth.
football.
He's a singer?
I wonder if he knows English to understand Drew's question, but his caretaker guy is the one who can
For 2
translation.
years.
2 years.
Yes.
You could see Afshin just in his element, hanging out
question.
with the kids in
Good
town,
question.
and they love him, and he loves them. It's really, really special to witness. Seriously. Salam. Hubi.
It's got it, so
Afshin
you would
wants to take
have
me
to
to Busan,
wonder.
the nearby
you would
town.
have to wonder if he loves the little guy. I don't think so. Maybe what I wonder is like, is he? I mean, maybe he's not 20. I didn't act like that at 23. You know, like, I mean, he still seems to act like okay, you just drank your juice, put your hands up, you know, like it seems like, I don't know, it still seems like he's performing like a toddler, most likely.
Just 20 minutes away, and I'm curious to see what life is like beyond his village.
Yeah, I mean,
before we continue our journey, I have a
maybe
pretty cool travel tip.
Maybe he knows who Drew is, and he's just really happy that he's gonna get 10 million views on YouTube.
With you guys. Do you ever wonder how I always get phone signal all over the world? I use
Let me
Discover
guess, a
Plus
SIM
from
card.
Airlo, and it's the best eSIM I've
The
ever
eSIM.
used on my
eSIM.
travels. There is no SIM swapping, no crazy roaming fees. It's just one app, one eSIM, and you're connected with data, calls, and text
Data.
from over 200 destinations.
When they're walking in public, you see people make
How
eye
come his
contact and
voice
they
is so
recognize them by their
so his vocal cords are gonna be very short, just like a baby's. Like when babies have that same like cry, You know, so his vocal cords never thickened up because he never went through his growth spurt. He never even went through his minor spurt, or whatever it's called, to go from toddler to adolescent. So his vocal cords are the same size as when he was born. He probably has some mental. I would guess. We can't understand it because we can't understand his language to understand like the maturity of his voice. He mental deficiencies. Most people do. Most people, right. Like the one that we watched the other day. What up, Robert, brother? It's not who you are on the outside. It's who you are inside of.
If
anybody needs a voice actor,
Mohammed to get a fresh haircut here, looking nice.
How would you know about his insides? Yeah, I would guess. Do you know how people with Down syndrome are always really happy? It almost seems like that, like not like look guys, I'm tired of this crap. Get your cameras out of my face. Like you don't ever get that with people with Down syndrome. They're always happy. They love boobs. Richard has a baby in his belly. Yeah, he's getting his looks back. He's on his
What do you think about
toes.
this? Words cannot describe the feeling. He's cute, but at the same time, then you follow his life, you feel sorry at the same time because he misses lots of things that normal people can do. But look at his face. He's happy. He's smiling.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I know. Yeah. You're talking about people with Down syndrome. Yeah. Yeah. Like they might have burst outs of anger, but 99% of the time they're just like everything's great. Yeah, it's great. What you know? It's great. Who are you? She's in wrestling. Yeah.
Very good, and he's happy with his barber.
How do you always stay so happy? You're always giggling and smiling.
He says that I'm always happy. He's happy because people love him, actually.
His father just
never seen a downy.
A buzzer and just starts shaving in the corner over
Yeah,
here.
they're always bursting with happiness. Yeah, they're the happiest people
very nice
all the
mustache,
time.
all of them, like very thick. You got to keep it nicely groomed. What's amazing about Muhammad is everything about him is normal, as if.
But it could be Drew's presence. Yeah, right. That's what I was kind of thinking. But like he didn't say like we said. What about the happiness? Because Drew recognized it also. So, but he absolutely could have been like, well, sometimes I'm unhappy. I'm like when X, Y, and Z. But he didn't mention that. He's like, no, always happy. Yeah. I feel that those are the. I feel there's people with the Williams syndrome. I'll have to look that up. That's the name I was trying to think of when I said let's go watch wrestling. I couldn't remember the name. John Cena. These dudes would have liked to see pro athlete. It'd be a pro at hide and seek.
He doesn't accept me to pay because he says that he never get money from him.
Good. Fresh. Got to be careful crossing the street because he's really fragile, clearly, so just got to protect him a little bit. Hello. What is the best and the worst part about being small?
The difficult part for him is he's not able to get a job. He's not able to work, have his own income.
So he wants to work.
Be just like a normal guy can work and that actually earn money, but it's impossible for him.
Now, what's the best part?
He's well known right now, but he would like that everywhere in the world knows him, not only in
everybody in the world knows him.
How about the towns around here? Everywhere in Iran and also in other countries now.
Hopefully through this video, you'll get more well known. What kind of job would you like to have?
He likes football and movies a lot, so he would like to be actually a football player or an actor, especially that play a role in international movies, or an engineer.
You're very smart. I can see that happening. Everybody knows him. Yeah. Mohammed, you're a superstar.
He's a superstar.
See, everyone's
he's still wolfing down the food. I mean, so it's hard to say, right? Like, so maybe a long time. Maybe like I would guess it would be he'll probably die from injury. I would suspect. But if he's not aging, I mean, who knows, dude? you know, maybe freaking 80, 90 years, but you know, you fall off the bed one day, you fall off your soccer ball seat and break something, an infection and whatnot. I mean, but he's not aging, so but I don't really think we know a whole lot about aging either. But he doesn't appear to have aged. I mean, it looks like he's aged a couple of months after birth, but not really. Like, it's weird. It's true, he's smart teenage. Sorry, yeah, if he's got engineering potential, right? Right. I mean, he is aging, but if his body isn't putting him through the growth process, like the way that your bones and your skin grow and stretch and get replaced, like, because his bones, if they kept like growing, like they kept, you know, like, but none of that's happening. So that might also be a negative thing. If that's not happening, then his bones could get more brittle. His muscles could get more atrophied. So it could go either way. He's just not growing. Yeah. Didn't have a mustache or anything, you know. For 40, but I guess I didn't have one until I was 30, 40.
Right here.
Yeah, maybe 30.
This guy's carrying an actual baby. And
look at that.
23-year-old option. You can see the perspective here. This baby's 10 months, and he's 22.
Dude, he's just like almost like a third. It's like 2/3 the size of that 10-month-old baby.
Yep, Bhutan. It's actually a bustling place. There's a lot going on here. Mohammed, how does it feel to be the most famous person in town? He's happy.
I love it.
Actual. Which one do you like? I mean, those would probably fit him better, but...
Jeez.
Too big. Let's get a smaller one.
Yeah. We should get customs.
Good?
There you go.
All right, let's get him for him. 1 million riyals for the sunglasses, which is about $1, about $2. This is 500,000 riyals, and this is 500,000 riyals. So 1 million
the
together.
Inflation's all wackadoo. Half price.
Thank you. It's been a pretty incredible day so far, hanging around Bhutan with Mohammed and his father. But now it is time to eat. It is about noon, and if there's one thing that I love about Iran, it is the kebabs. And Mohammed has taken me to his favorite kebab restaurant.
And this was
Here we go, follow me.
Well before the war too, so they're like $50, 50 cents. Yeah.
All right, so we got his Zamzam. What is that?
I mean, Iranian Coke.
Imagine getting a Coke bottle served to you when you're sitting down and it's like up to your head. Crazy. Can you eat all this, buddy? That's a big portion. All right, so we got minced lamb kebab here, which is just the classic Iranian food with grilled tomatoes and flatbread. So how does he eat? Does he do it himself or his father does it?
His father has it.
Every kebab. Yeah. This is one of the best.
He's asking what kind of food you have in US.
We have really unhealthy food. Yeah, burgers, sandwiches, cheesesteaks, and then like steak. We really like our steak.
He would like to visit it.
We would love to have you.
He says that if he goes there, he won't come back to Iraq.
He may be small, but one thing's for sure. Afshin can eat. After a delicious kebab, we're heading to the tailor to see how the world's shortest man finds his clothes.
Right now, Mohammed is getting fit for a traditional Kurdish outfit. We're taking all of his measurements. Mohammed, what color do you want?
This one.
He wants the white one.
He says which model he likes to get. مدلش گفتی چه مدلی باشه باریک.
We are going to measure Mohammed. Stepping on it. 63 centimeters with shoes on. Let me see your hand. 6.5 centimeters.
The gentleman is joking with him and says that you have
fire. I agree.
Because they're filming you. And I said that we are arrange a marriage for him. خیلی زن دوست داری یا میخوای زن بگیری یا he really likes to get married.
Someday, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Mohammed, I see that, you know, in order to get around, you're mostly carried by your father. Is it difficult to walk?
He says that after walking for a while, then he feels tired.
After walking for a while.
And his dad also, he likes to, that have it in his arm.
Yeah, it's almost like it's so natural for the father just to carry him everywhere. So, Ismail, how do you feel that your son gets so much attention in public?
He's really delighted when people comes to him and they love him, and he has a special, that feeling. He says that it's because of Muhammad that everybody pay attention to him and his family.
Wonderful. Just getting surrounded by people here as we stand.
It's been a full day of exploring Bukhan, and I got to admit, Afshin is not the only one who's tired. We're heading back to his place to rest and enjoy a home-cooked meal. And apparently, I'm in for a treat because Afshin is going to sing me a song.
Very handsome.
Very soft. What up, Jesus Christ. What up, Stevie? Shirt. Yeah. I sent you an email. The kebab was kebab. That's never I saw. Checks out. I haven't been in any other countries.
Get here now is the call to prayer.
Yeah, brother. Should be there a couple. Hopefully next day or two. I would imagine.
It's prayer time right now.
I guess Sunday. Probably Monday maybe. Ray, you should go to Qatar.
Pray with his father.
Qatar kebabs.
Across the remote areas of Iran, daily life is deeply rooted in Islam, with people praying 5 times a day. But here in Irani Kurdistan, the majority of Kurds practice Sunni Islam, which differs from Shia Islam that is dominant in the rest of the country. It's such a complex religion, but it's obvious that for Afshin, these practices aren't just religious, they're deeply personal.
Crackers dipped in milk, cinnamon.
How long have you known Afshin?
First of all, we would like to welcome you to their place. The gentleman is here for about 2 years. He knows Muhammad as a nice gentleman, but he said that he's just here for 2 years. So to the extent that he knows Muhammad is a very nice people, and everybody in the village loves this gentleman.
That was a really nice prayer. Thank you so much.
Actually, he is delighted to hear what you said about. You enjoy listening to his prayers. He also likes, that your behavior is that when you come in, if you have not started to speak, he wouldn't distinguish that you are not from here.
Always have to be
You're not foreigners.
It's important to be respectful when visiting new places and cultures.
And that's the way that it should be like this. Everybody has to respect, that
absolutely, brother.
Other people all around the world, that they do believe.
When I hear kebab, when kebab,
as I told you, the people of the village, they love Afshin or Muhammad, and the gentleman was just saying that it's because of him we can see someone from far away, United States, has come here to our village, to our small village.
That's awesome. It brings people together.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm also really happy that I get to be introduced to your culture, because without him, I wouldn't even know about this place. That's the What do you think about that moment?
I've been traveling all around this country for about 16, 17 years. And in last few days, we've been in Kurdish region in Iran, Kurdistan of Iran. I think they are among the most hospitable people in this country. They are really friendly. Every single place we go, they insist to invite us to their place. They bring us tea, they bring us water. It's incredible. It's unbelievable.
I love that. It's true. Good night.
After the mosque, the sun is already set, and we're heading back home to see what Afshin's mother has prepared for dinner.
I love cinnamon graham crackers.
I know her, Jyoti, the world's shortest woman.
Jyoti, in Hindi.
I know her.
The world's shortest woman.
That arranging in a way that
I'm gonna set them up so they can get married.
At least they can meet, because his dad says that he likes a girl in Erbil in Iraq.
Random question: what's the meaning of too late
I know
for the other
Jyoti.
side?
She's awesome. Let's send Jyoti a picture of us. Okay, send it to Jyoti. Bon appetit. No, he's going at it.
And this is an amazing experience. Just in the middle of the village, everyone's super friendly,
Too
and they
late
cooked
to
us
the
dinner.
other side.
And she keeps bringing out more dishes. I thought that was all of a sudden there's a lot of commotion. Everybody came over here to eat, and it's a full like street long
Caught
dinner.
in the chase.
Tomato sauce. Fantastic. It's like a soup. You can't even believe
That's a
how
good
friendly
question.
people
I mean,
are. I keep saying that
it
in
sounds
Iran,
like
but
a
this family
lyric.
specifically.
But I don't know. Does anybody know what that is? I make a ton of money. Okay. Where are the white woman at? What up,
What's your favorite
Azal?
food?
He likes most of food, especially kebab and pizza.
How about Italian food when you were in Italy?
I
Did
thought
you
it was
like
a lyric.
He says that they brought some food, but when he looked at the food, he couldn't eat it. I said, I cannot eat.
It's funny that he doesn't like Italy.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's the
Mohammed,
Middle
if you could
East.
visit any
That's too
country in
late.
the world, which country would you go to?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. It's very different from this variety.
United States of
Iranians
America,
always
Qatar,
come.
Saudi Arabia,
Turkish are often
Emirates,
referred to
everywhere.
Shawarma.
Dubai, he likes Dubai.
Oh, 25
What do you
life
like about
typical
America?
person sentence in
The
the U.S.
governments
25
don't
year
like each
life
other, but
sentence
the
in
people are wonderful.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, he agrees. Everybody is good to each other.
You done? No more? You're full. It just gives me a nice hug after the meal. Thank you for inviting me over. For me, this was an incredible experience to meet your family and to enjoy it.
Bam.
Yes, thank you.
ممنونم دست شما در ممنون
Dude, unbelievable.
Bye-bye.
Okay, it was from an Eminem. I sounded like a lyric to me. So on the chase or on the run, so he's either he's being chased for something he did, and when he gets caught, he'll have to do 25 years to life, which means the earliest you'll get out is 25 years, and the latest you'll get out is if you die.
It's been a humbling 24 hours with Afshin in his hometown of Bukan. I came here to see how he
25,
navigates
there
his
you
tiny
go.
world,
People will
but he
say,
taught me
"That
something
kid's
much bigger,
gay."
that joy and purpose aren't limited by size or circumstance, and sometimes the smallest voices leave the biggest impact. I really enjoyed his family's hospitality.
catch.
From the second we arrived, they treated us like family. No country in the world does hospitality like Iran. In the
Dude,
end,
I
we
wonder
were
how
all just
much of a
humans who
buzz
want
he
to be
catches
seen,
off that
heard,
coffee.
and
Like,
loved.
can you imagine putting a
No, he
cup of
gets me.
coffee in a body that size? It's with the homies, brother. The real rap. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna go to bed, brothers and sisters. I love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody.